gentlemen, would like to call the conference to order now. And so if the Ghana Dance Ensemble could round up, I think it would help us. Thanks. Would also encourage all who are outside to join us inside, and those who are standing, kindly take your seats so that we can begin. Thanks. Thank you very much again. I'm Ralph Amma. I'll be one of your moderators for the conference, and you're warmly welcome to today's event. As you're well aware, it is the Evidence to Action Conference and Exhibition 2024. The theme is Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation. Without wasting any time, we would like to invite Professor Peter Quartey, but before he comes, I'd like to introduce him briefly. Professor Peter Quartey is a professor of economics at the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, ISE, here at the University of Ghana. He's currently he's a professor here and also the director of ISE and the director of Retail Finance Distribution Research Network. He's held several other portfolios, including the head of the Department of Economics and director of Economic Management Program, University of Ghana. He's been the Deputy Director, Center for Migration Studies, University of Ghana. He served as the head of Economics Division at ISE. He served as Management Board Chairman of the University of Ghana Cooperative Credit Union. He's been the Vice Managing Board Chairman of the union at some point, and also the Vice Chairman of the National Advisory Board, the Hunger Project. He's a board member of the Agricultural Development Bank and executive chairman of Startright Montessori School Limited. He's worked on so many research grants and won many as well, and worked with the African Development Bank, OECD, USAID, DFID, etc. Let's welcome Professor Peter Quartey as he welcomes us and also introduces the Vice Chancellor. Oh, let's welcome him with a clap, please.
Thank you very much for the long introduction. I forgive you because you're a tall man. If you were short, I would have had issues with you. Madam Vice Chancellor, Honorable Minister for Environment, the Board Chair for ICE, the CEO for ICE, Directors, Nime and Name, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed, as we always say. I am honored to be called upon this morning to introduce the Vice Chancellor. But also let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this very important conference. You know, when you visit a place, there are sub-chiefs and we also have a paramount chief. So I am the sub-chief here. I am coming to introduce the Paramount Chief of Legon. With that said, I continue with the introduction. So Professor Nana Bamfo holds a PhD. He's also a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, and he is the first female Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, with over 25 years of experience in higher education. A professor of linguistics and accomplished university administrator. She emphasizes innovation and resourcefulness in leadership, demonstrating expertise in change management. As Vice Chancellor, she's spearheading the university's technological integration with a people-centric approach, launching a $7 million digitalization program. Previously serving as the Pro Vice Chancellor and holding various positions at the university, She earned her degree in linguistics and French from the University of Ghana and a postgraduate degree from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology and the University of Ghana. She has a postgraduate certificate in administration and management from GIMPA and has received additional training in higher education management and leadership from Harvard Business School, University of Applied Sciences, Germany, and INSEAD, France. Professor Amfo is a member of prestigious societies like the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and holds leadership roles in international organizations. She has also received several accolades, including the Guba Nanaya Santua Women of Enlightenment and Glaze Africa's Ghana Woman of the Year for Excellence in Education in 2021 and 2023, respectively. Her recognition by the head of state awards scheme in December 2023 further acknowledges her excellence in education, leadership, and gender empowerment. Without much ado, I wish to welcome Professor Nanaba Apia Amfo, and also the Paramount Chief of the University of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Sub-Chief. That's a new one, but I guess since I'm called Nana, I will accept that. The Honorable Minister of Science, of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Director of ISE, who just introduced me, the Special Advisor, Office of the Vice President, Mr. David S. Amia, who is President and CEO, International Center for Evaluation and Development. Do we have the Chair of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Environment and Science? He's expected here. Professor Elvis Asaribidiako, Vice Chancellor of the University of Energy and Natural Resources. Our colleagues and friends from USAID Mission, Nananum, Nime Name, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I know it's a bit cold, but we can warm ourselves up. Good morning to you all. And I would like to warmly welcome you to the University of Ghana. It is with great enthusiasm that we gather here today for the 2024 Evidence to Action Conference. As we reflect on the theme for the conference, Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation, we are reminded of the power of shared actions in addressing persisting global challenges. This E2A International Conference has mobilized great minds to explore the linkages and synergies between the two key concepts, evidence and action. These are essential for addressing the impacts of climate change, particularly in the sub-region. At this time in the history of our countries, bringing policymakers, practitioners and researchers together to deliberate on the challenges posed by climate change with a view to identifying and proposing solutions is indeed a laudable initiative. At the University of Ghana, deepening our partnerships with relevant stakeholders to proffer solutions to global problems remains a critical part of our long-term strategic vision. It is for a good reason that in our new strategic plan, launched exactly a week ago, we indicated engagement and partnerships as our fourth strategic priority. We note that engagements and partnerships are critical to our quest to achieve global impact as a university. We are therefore excited to be part of this collaborative effort to drive the long-term goals of our respective countries, and we look forward to more of such engagements. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's E2A conference, Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation, could not have been more apt. We have all witnessed the effects of climate change on agriculture, its threat to livelihoods, and sadly, in some cases, deaths due to flooding, fire, and so on. Climate change has affected food production, led to high food prices, and caused high inflation with consequences for poor nutrition. I need not remind you of the devastating effects of climate change on the Akosombo Dam in Ghana and the resultant water spillage which wreaked havoc to our brothers and sisters in the Volta and Oti regions. I'm happy to note that the conference theme and sub-themes cover broad areas, thereby providing research evidence and evaluation methods and tools related to the following: 1, assessment and measurement of adaptation and resilience outcomes and impacts; 2, the identification and prioritization of adaptation and resilience options and pathways; 3, the design and implementation of adaptation and resilience interventions and strategies; and finally, the learning and sharing of adaptation and resilience knowledge and experiences. Before I take my seat, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister for making time to be here in spite of her tight schedule. I would also like to commend the directors of the 2 collaborative institutions, Professor Peter Korte of ISE and Dr. David Ameyao, ISED, for their leadership in organizing this conference and bringing these experts here to discuss the issue. I would also like to particularly thank Professor Kweku Appiah-Edu, the Special Advisor, Office of the Vice President, for taking time to join us this morning in our deliberations. I also recognize valuable contributions of all the other collaborators and support staff who worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality. I'm grateful that University of Ghana, the premier university, was chosen to assemble these high-caliber persons across academia, policymakers, and practitioners. I'm convinced that we will all leave this conference with actionable measures to provide climate change adaptation solutions and strengthen our resilience to reverse the devastating effects of climate change. It is my hope that the outcomes of discussions held here will feed into policies going forward. And with all the people that we have here, I have no doubt that that will certainly happen. Sometimes we have our conversations in silos, but today we have brought all of us together, the researchers, the policymakers, practitioners, and all of us as citizens. Do make the time to explore our beautiful campus before you depart to your various destinations. I wish us all fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam VC. Let's clap for her once again for welcoming us into her, should I say, kingdom. All right. At this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. David Safwa-Meyao. He is the CEO of the International Center for Evaluation and Development, ICED, an African-based international think tank that combines research and innovation with extensive practical experience in evaluation for development in the global south. He has about 25 years of experience in leadership and in monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning. In the past, Dr. Meyao has served as the head of strategy, monitoring and evaluation at AGRA, Nairobi, Kenya. He's also served as the Director of Strategy, Monitoring and Evaluation for 4 years. He was the Senior Director for Monitoring and Evaluation at the Millennium Challenge Corporation, Washington, D.C. He's the Director for Monitoring. He was the Director for Monitoring and Evaluation and Acting Director for Food Security and Acting Director and Food Security Specialist for the Adventist Development Relief Agency headquarters in Silver Springs, Maryland, USA. Dr. Mayal has served on several boards. He's still serving on so many of them, and we are privileged to have him here. Let's welcome Dr. David Safo Mayal, the CEO of ICE.
Thank you, Ralph. Honorable Minister, Vice Chancellor of University of Ghana, Nana, the kingdom, we are in her kingdom. Professor Peter Kote, my director, my friend, and very good colleague, Professor Apiedu from the Office of the Vice President, Professor Elvis Asalvidiakon from University of Energy Natural Resources, our board chair, Dr. Namanga Ngogi, the man who instrumented my poaching from Washington to Africa. When he met with me and he was trying to convince me to move, he asked me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from Ghana." And he said, "Oh, so what is your future plan?" And I said, "Well, in future, I would like to return to Ghana." And he said, "You know, wise people always move from the east to the west. So come to Nairobi so that you can go back to the west." I've never forgotten it, you know. And I think from the east, we are moving to the west. We are so happy to have most of our colleagues, Professor Michael Carter from UC Davis, whose vision and advice and counseling helped us to initiate the Evidence to Action Conference in 2017. Professor Howard White, who have been with us throughout the journey for the past 7-8 years. Our sponsors from USA, I see Gloria. We are still waiting for Andy Reid to join us. Nananom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have assembled here. We are so happy to have you all to the 7th Evidence to Action Conference. This conference started in 2017 as a result of the need for Africa to shape our development priorities with sound evidence that are being generated on this continent. The history of Evidence to Action Conference started in the Reagan Building, those from USA, when Michael Carter invited me to a conference where researchers were presenting their funding on risk and resilience and markets. And after the presentation, I asked Michael, and I was telling the meeting, why are they presenting all these evidences in Washington when these evidences are being generated in Africa? And he looked at me and said, "David, what are you talking about?" And I said, "Why don't we do it in Africa?" In 2017, the first Evidence to Action started in Nairobi, Kenya. And the same 2017, through the support of ATAI, Agriculture Transformation and Adoption Initiative, was also held in the same room here. And the theme for that conference was Evidence to Action, the way to inform policy and actions in Africa. 2018, Dr. Machuka, who is sitting down here, who was working as the Director for Monitoring and Evaluation in Kenya under the Ministry for Planning and Development in Kenya, hosted the second Evidence to Action in Kenya in United States University of Africa. And I'm happy to see some of those who attended the 2018 conference also here. 2019, we brought it back to Ghana. And we held it in the same venue. 2020, we were planning it in Uganda, and COVID came in. So 2022, we reselected it again, and it was held in Uganda with the team using evidence to plan the development actions for post and for pre and post-COVID interventions. And it was held in Makerere University in Nairobi. 2023, with all that was going on with COVID, financial issues, and conflicts, we organized the sixth one in Ethiopia with the Ethiopia Economic Association, and the theme was recovery and resilience. We are so happy to have the 2024 coming back home to Ghana with the theme of resilience and climate change adaptation. The whole week, we are going to deliberate, discuss the latest evidence, and also strategies and solutions to a pertinent issue being faced in the global south. Our goal and expectation is that through the discussions, the presentations, the deliberations, Africans will come up with solutions that we can use to adapt to the impacts of climate change. About a month ago, I was in Berlin attending What Works Global Climate Solutions, and Hugh, who organized the conference, is here with us. And while those in the global north were talking about mitigations, those of us from global south were saying, we don't have time for mitigation. We are already facing it. So how do we build resilience and adapt to the adverse effect of climate change? And today we are so happy to have you all here. If the record serves me right, on record we have about 751 people who have registered to join this conference, either personally or online, from about 41 countries. That is what we are expecting. And we are hoping that with our sponsors and our donors, we will be able to come up with solutions and action plans that African governments, practitioners, institutions will be able to adapt to solve the issues of climate change in Africa. We are very happy to have so many sponsors who have joined us. I cannot name all of them. If you look at the board, and when you go outside, you will see a platform of all the sponsors and partners and collaborators. All that we can say is that let us use the opportunity here to build networks, to plan, to identify research gaps, and also to see where evidence are, so that while we are facing the menace of climate change, we will be able to build resilience and be able to adapt to issues of our time. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Mayao, for really contextualizing the conference objectives for us, and for also taking us down memory lane, just so that we'll be aware how far the E2A has come. Thank you very much. We'll be taking some remarks from a few people, and I would like to introduce them now. First would be Professor Kweku Appiah-Edu. I'm mindful of mentioning his name because I got it wrong the first time. So it's Professor Appiah-Edu. He is a professor of strategy and a senior policy advisor at the Vice President's Secretariat, Office of the President, Republic of Ghana, and also responsible for M&E. He's a member of the International Financial Services Committee and Ghana's Digital Economy Policy Committee. Professor Appiah-Edu was the founding chairman of the Ghana Oracle Digital Enterprise Program and was the head of the Policy Coordination, Monitoring and Evaluation Office of the President from 2002 to 2008. Let's welcome Professor Kweku Appiah-Edu to bring us some remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana, Professor Nana Appiah-Amfo, Director of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, Professor Peter Korte, the Executive Director of ICT, Dr. David Safo-Ameya, representatives of the USAID Mission Director, Head of the Civil Service, Dr. Evans Agredakun, Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, all protocols observed. I am honored to be selected to share a few remarks on this year's Evidence to Action conference and exhibition themed Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation. Let me begin by commending the International Center for Evaluation and Development, who have committed resources and worked tirelessly to organize this event. I am extremely pleased to address a collection of the world's leaders and sustainability professionals, professors, doctors, academia, captains of industry, seasoned job creators, and the larger business community. There is no doubt that resilience and climate change adaptation are matters of utmost importance in today's world. As we confront the challenges of a changing climate, it is imperative that we harness the power of evidence-based policymaking to safeguard our communities, our environment, and our future. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality that affects every aspect of our lives. In Ghana, we are witnessing its impact firsthand. From erratic rainfall patterns and prolonged droughts to rising sea levels and increased frequency of extreme weather events, the signs are unmistakable. These changes threaten our agricultural productivity, water resources, coastal ecosystems, and human health. Government has made significant strides in building resilience. Our National Climate Change Policy and the Ghana National Adaptation Plan are guiding our efforts to integrate climate resilience into all aspects of development planning. However, there is still much work to be done. Adaptation efforts must be inclusive and community-driven. Our communities are not merely passive recipients of policies. They are active participants in the adaptation process. Engaging local communities, traditional leaders, and civil society organizations in decision-making processes ensures that adaptation strategies are culturally appropriate and locally relevant. In Ghana, we have seen the power of community-led initiatives. For example, the Green Ghana initiative, which involves planting millions of trees across the country, is not just a government program, but a national movement that engages citizens at all levels. Such initiatives not only enhance our resilience to climate change, but also foster a sense of ownership and responsibility among the people. Technology and innovation play a crucial role in enhancing our resilience to climate change. From early warning systems and climate modeling to mobile applications that provide farmers with real-time weather information, technology can empower us to make informed decisions and take proactive measures. Ghana's agricultural sector, a critical component of its economy, is experiencing the benefits of digital transformation. Innovative platforms and mobile applications such as FarmerLine, Smart and Sustainable Agribusiness, and AgroCenter, among others, provide farmers with access to weather information, market prices, and best practices for farming. These technologies enable farmers to make informed decisions, optimize yields, and enhance productivity. One project is helping Ghanaian cashew farmers use unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, in an artificial intelligence-powered disease detection innovation. The UAVs collect data from the leaves, stems, and trunks of the cashew trees, allowing farmers to detect pest and disease symptoms before they become visible and lead to serious crop damage. Another project by AgriWeb uses artificial intelligence to help smallholder farmers in Ghana to predict post-harvest shortages and gluts. Ghana has also witnessed the emergence of a vibrant startup ecosystem and innovation hubs, fostering entrepreneurship and technological innovation. Organizations like Meltwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology, MEST, iSpace Foundation, M-Pharma, and AgroCenter provide resources, mentorship, and funding opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs and farmers. MTN Ghana has partnered the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization to begin the construction of the first ever Ghana ICT hub in Accra, a $25 million project aimed at preparing the youth for better prospects in the global digital economy. Climate change is a global challenge that requires global solutions. No country can tackle it all alone. International collaboration and partnerships are essential in sharing knowledge, resources, and best practices. Ghana is committed to working with our regional and international partners to address climate change through initiatives such as the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We are actively participating in global efforts to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. One of the significant challenges we face in implementing adaptation strategies is access to adequate financing. Climate adaptation requires substantial investments, and many developing countries, including Ghana, struggle to mobilize the necessary resources. We call on all the international community to fulfill their commitments to climate finance. Developed countries must provide the financial support needed to help vulnerable nations build resilience and adapt to the impacts of climate change. This includes not only public financing, but also leveraging private sector investments and exploring innovative financing mechanisms. As we gather here at the Evidence to Action Conference, let us remember that the decisions we make today will shape the future of our planet. The challenges of climate change are daunting, but are not insurmountable. With resilience, innovation, and collaboration, we can turn the tide and build a sustainable and prosperous future for all. Ghana stands ready to lead by example. We are committed to integrating climate resilience into our national development agenda, empowering our communities and leveraging evidence-based policies to drive sustainable change. But we cannot do it all by ourselves. We need the support, solidarity, and partnership of the global community. Let us work together, hand in hand, to build a world that is resilient and adaptable to climate change. The time for action is now. Let us turn evidence into action and create a legacy of sustainability for future generations. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kweku Appiah-Iddo. Let's clap for him once again. I'd like to call back Professor Peter Quartey to share with us the deep relationship that ISA has had with ICED to make sure that this conference comes to fruition. Let's welcome him once again as he shares with us this amazing story.
Thank you very much. I've already welcomed all delegates, so I would go straight to the point. And I also stand on existing protocols, well established by take the microphone. As we sit here this morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must say that this marks the culmination of many months of dedicated work by joint teams from ISA, ICED, and other partner organizations that make E2A 2024 a reality. I take this opportunity to thank all of you that have made this to happen. Our collaboration started right from the word go when this idea of holding this Evidence to Action Conference started. And we have been working together assiduously. In 2019, we hosted this same conference in the same venue. And we've been going around countries having to discuss pertinent issues. The last one we had was in Addis, where it was very successfully organized with the Ethiopian Economic Association. But at that meeting, Dr. Amir and I conspired and said, given all the stress sometimes we go through to get visa, to get this thing organized, sometimes we have to send teams ahead to organize this conference. Why don't we hold the next one in Accra. Because I don't want to sound political, but Accra is at the center of the equator. You can travel from UK to Accra within 6 hours. Visa acquisition is very easy. We have a very stable democracy. Security is also on point. Our internet connectivity is nice. We have a beautiful university campus. I could go on and on and on. And therefore, we thought it's wise to collaborate and have this conference organized. We've had similar conferences, collaborations in the past with the European University Institute. We've had one with the Data for Policy, where we looked at artificial intelligence, and several other meetings. And therefore, this collaboration for us is something that I think has come to stay. And at the end of this conference, you agree with me that we should be having it more often here. This year's conference theme, Resilience in Climate Change Adaptation, is particularly pertinent as we face the escalating challenges of climate change, building resilience, and developing effective adaptation strategies. ISA is deeply committed to advancing research, policy, and solutions that address these challenges, and we are proud to continue to do this critical discourse. As we embark on this journey over the next few days, I encourage all of us to engage fully, share our knowledge, and foster new partnerships. Let us seize the opportunity to create a future where evidence-based policy and practices are the norm, leading to sustainable and inclusive development for all. Let me finally say that we have not just been a host, but we have been a good sponsor of the program, of this conference. That is why I have the opportunity to come back and speak to you again. I encourage all of you, as you go back, get to your institutions and support this worthy cause. We need evidence generated from the continent, by the people in the continent, so that it becomes more useful and adaptable. On that note, I thank all of you for your audience, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. But take advantage. I'm not saying you should skip sessions, but in the evenings, try and visit our beautiful campus, and you will love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I think Prof has been a very good sub-chief by promoting going around campus and, sightseeing. Thank you so much. But let's appreciate him for sharing these amazing thoughts with us. I'd like to add to the layer of protocol that have already been established, that we have in our midst the Honorable Member of Parliament for Wa East, Dr. Godfred Seidu Jassau. He's a deputy ranking member on the Committee for Food, Agriculture, and Cocoa Affairs. Let's welcome him if you're here. Thank you. We also want to take some remarks from Professor Elvis Asari Bediakun, who is a professor of plant virology and currently the Vice Chancellor of the University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani. He served as the Dean of the School of Agriculture and the Liaison Officer for Students' Vacation Training Program, School of Agriculture, University of Cape Coast. He's passionate. He served on several other boards, advisory steering committee boards, etc. He's passionate about chemical sciences and STEM education in general. And he was he received an honorary award as the Chemistry Ambassador. Let's welcome the Chemistry Ambassador, Professor Elvis Asari Bediako.
No problem. Honorable Ophelia Mensah-Hayford, Minister of Environment, Science Technology and Innovation, Professor Nana Abba Ampia Amfo, Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana, Professor Kote, Director, ISE, Dr. David S. Ameyao, President, International Center for Evaluation Development, all protocol observed. Good morning. And greetings from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. It fills me with great pleasure to witness such a vibrant and diverse assembly, united in our mission to address one of the most critical challenges of our era, climate change. My deepest thanks go to the conference organizers for bringing us together. I'm also immensely grateful to the International Center for Evaluation and Development, USAID, Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Market Risk and Resilience, and UC Davis. Your steadfast support in fostering evidence-based initiative in Africa is truly invaluable, propelling our collective efforts in climate resilience and adaptation forward. The theme for this year's conference, Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation, could not be more timely or crucial. Climate change is a global issue, but its devastating effects faces unique challenges, yet it also possesses distinct strengths and opportunities for adaptation and resilience. It is truly inspiring to see African researchers not only participating in, but also leading the global academic effort to generate the evidence necessary for building resilience and improving natural risk. From our current study, which will be unveiled later, in the conference, showcase positive outcomes that will undoubtedly inform future policies. As I peruse the program, I'm thrilled by the impressive array of research to be presented, underscoring the Hello. As I peruse the program, I'm thrilled by the impressive array of research to be presented, underscoring the significance of our collective effort. The presence of policymakers and development practitioners here highlight our readiness to turn evidence into action. We have the data, the insight, and the commitment to achieve substantial progress. It is my fervent hope that the discussions and discoveries from this conference will pave the way for the actionable strategies to be implemented across our communities. Let us unite to forge a more resilient and adaptive future for Africa and the world. You know, I have two main remarks to make at this function. One is very long and the other is not too long. The short one is thank you. And the long one is thank you very much for coming. May this conference be a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him once again, Professor Elvis Asare Bediakon. I'd like to now welcome some remarks from Dr. Namanga Ngongi. He was the founding chair of the AFAP Board of Trustees, a single honor in an illustrious career that has included major contributions to agricultural development and international diplomacy. He started his career as an extension officer and became the deputy head of projects in the Ministry of Agriculture in 1980, Cameroon. In 1980, he was appointed representative to the UN Food Agencies in Rome as the head of East and Southern Africa Service. He later joined the WFP in 1984 and became the deputy executive director in 1994. He helped put together the transitional government and was the Under Secretary General and Special Representative to the Democratic Republic of Congo a role that required him to manage peacekeeping operations, etc. Let's welcome Dr. Namanga Ingongi as he brings us his remarks. And let me add that he's also the board chair of ICED. Yes. That's a big portfolio. Let's appreciate him for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Minister, Honorable Paramount Chief and Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, who has just stepped out, and the Sub-Chief, recognize you, our host for this conference, distinguished participants, board members, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was coming to a hot Accra. When I entered the hall, I had to put on my winter gear to protect my little brain from freezing. Okay. But I am pleased to be back here at Legon. My first visit was about 50 years ago, 1976. I was then a young researcher working at the Soil Research Institute of Ghana in Kumasi. So I would say I'm half Ghanaian. So it's good to be back here to see the blending of the old and the new facilities. Without any doubt, it is one of the universities in Africa that have actually retained their status, their reputation.
So if we put in like we just turn off the box and you can test it.
But I am here today in the capacity of chair of the board of ICED, and I'm very, very pleased to welcome all of you here to see the great support that David has been able to mobilize in these few years. I wonder what it will look like 10 years from now. I mean, we are having 700 persons registered to participate, some physically and some virtually. I think it shows the appetite that has been whipped up to use evidence to prepare development plans. Because maybe we all do not know, but really we are navigating in the blind in most African countries. Because 60 years, 70 years after independence, we are guess working, let me put it that way, because we have almost refused to use evidence that is put before us. We should try to base our development planning on evidence. Our focus or theme for this year is clear: resilience and climate change adaptation. According to African risk capacity, this continent has faced more than 1,400 weather-related disasters in some 29 African countries from 2000 and 2023 that have threatened, not only threatened, caused loss of life, livelihoods, and really perturbed the functioning of many of our communities. But we still move around pretending that we do not see what's going on. I, as a farmer, I am confused. I do not know when to plant what crop. The weather has actually changed. I cannot predict when to plant. And you plant grain crops, they are ruined by rain when it is harvesting time. These are things that should push all of us to say, to find and to use knowledge that is being accumulated, evidence that's been accumulated, to try to put together strategies that will give us, at least in the agricultural sector that still occupies more than 50% of our population, to give them a little bit more stability in their production and in their incomes. I'm happy that David and I at least shared some work in Agra that led to the functioning of the West African Center for Crop Improvement that is hosted here at the University of Ghana. I hope that center is making great contributions towards producing crops that are adapted for the new environment, climatic environment in which we are all living today. And I do hope that the other universities in the country, the University of Energy and Natural Resources, will also work in that area to find engineering solutions also to the many other problems that are linked to Africa's development under the conditions of climate change and climate change adaptation that we have today. During this conference, we will be focusing on artificial intelligence, okay, adaptation methods and climate change resilience, climate and disaster risk finance and insurance, intersectionality and climate justice, youth and climate change, climate policies, governance and systems, and agricultural innovations for climate adaptation and resilience. These are very important topics that need to be addressed. We cannot find all the solutions in one conference. This is only an introduction for the discussion to create community of practice that will engage all of us in this room, at least those who have much younger minds than mine, more innovative thinking, who will be able to put together the kinds of evidence that will lead to better policies in the future. The previous conferences, or at least the last 2 years, as David pointed out, 2022 was on evidence for actions during and post-COVID. I was present in Kampala, and I hope that the energy that I saw there is being used to develop policies, adapt them. Not only that we don't pray that COVID comes back, but at least for new pandemics when they do arise. In 2023, I happened also to be in Addis when it was now resilience from conflict. We all know the great disturbance, perturbation that goes on in Africa, one country after the other, from human-generated conflicts. That if we used the evidence that comes 10 years prior to the conflict, we will be able to avoid some of these conflicts that are destroying our livelihoods, our populations, leading to hundreds of thousands of people dead. I'm speaking, coming from one of the countries that was stable, very stable. I'm from Cameroon. It was, we prided ourselves to be like the island of peace, at least in Central Africa. We are now the center of conflict. What, 1 million people displaced, thousands of...
So I was asking myself what the civil service should be doing and whether the civil service should be interested at all. And I realized that yes, why not? Because all the discussions will end at our table. There isn't a single policy that can be formulated in this country without the civil service. That's a fact of life. And what it means is that if we go to sleep, this nation is doomed. And so from my background as an academic occasionally, civil servants are really nurturing me very well, but what I have observed significantly is that if we are unable to strike a synergy between men and women of action and men and women of thought, we are doomed. We are doomed. And that is why I admire this conference very much. So good morning, and I must admit that this is a great privilege to be part of today's crucial conference. on resilience and climate change adaptation. As the head of Ghana's civil service, it is my distinct honor to address you on a topic that is not only timely, but apt for the future of our country and our continent and our world, planet. In recent years, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the world has witnessed unprecedented challenges arising from climate change, from extreme weather events to rising sea levels and unprecedented weather conditions, as I said, and unpredictable agricultural patterns. The impacts have been profound and far-reaching. Here in Ghana, we are not immune to these challenges. Our coastal communities face a threat of erosion, very evident. Our farmers contend with erratic rainfall distribution, and as a son of a farmer, I see it clearly. When I go to the village, the patterns have changed considerably. Our cities grapple with the implications of urbanization amidst climate uncertainties. And in recent weeks, we've had urban mobility conferences, bench conferences, among others, issues of hydrology, among others. And I realized that there's an intricate relationship between urban mobility, land use, and accessibility, and of course, hydrology. So, colleagues, we cannot behave as though it's business as usual. And in the face of these challenges, Dr. Mafu, you are welcome. In the face of these challenges, I stand here today with a proud optimism. The question will say, why? I'm an Afro-optimist. Because I have witnessed firsthand the unwavering resilience of our people. Because I was born in a village, so I know the resilience. We have always adapted. With the 1980s, when we have experienced serious conditions, we adapted. People could walk 10 kilometers to fetch water. So adaptability is part of us. Unwavering resilience of our people, from the bustling markets of Accra to the serene villages in the hinterlands, Ghanaians have consistently shown remarkable adaptability and ingenuity in navigating the complexities usually brought about by climate change. However, resilience alone is not enough. I've always said that enthusiasm alone doesn't grow cassava, it doesn't grow food. You have to have the know-how. You have to build the capacity. So to address the climate change, we have to vastly raise our ambition at all levels as captured by Sustainable Development Goals 13 on action on climate change, by raising awareness, covering entire economies, and moving towards climate resilient development, whilst outlining a deep path to achieve net zero emissions. Adaptation, to all intents and purposes, requires foresight, planning, and collaborative action across all sectors of society. Something that Professor Piedu alluded to, the collaboration. Collaboration is the reason I have been interested. I've encouraged the civil service staff and the civil servant to participate, because if you don't strike the synergistic relationship, it will be difficult for us to make the necessary breakthrough. And when I was the chief director of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, one of the major considerations was, how do we even support the capacity building effort of Parliament, which Dr. Manfo participated in some of the sessions, that how do we even mainstream, these issues of climate change and so on. Even though some people have said that if you mainstream something, you need to be intentional. It's not just about prayers. You need to be intentional, you need to be deliberate about the type of activities and interventions that you put in place. So it is for this reason that I commend the International Center for Education and Development organizers for this conference and all stakeholders for this great effort to take stock of where we are as a country and a continent as far as climate change is concerned, and adapt to have a livable planet. The object of the civil service, and because I represent the civil service, I need to relate to that, is to assist. That's the main object. And this is the nibble and the overarching object of the service, is to assist government in the formulation and implementation of policies for national development. And the policies, simply, somebody said the policy is what government decides to do or not to do, right? Overarching. So it covers various sectors. So key to this development agenda is the provision of safe and conducive environment for all citizens. And the civil and public service is pivotal to the nation's development. And I have argued that, yes, the free market will attract all kinds of people, and Professor Korte knows that the free market will attract all kinds of people, sometimes even including crooks. How do we deal with the crooks? It's the state role in ensuring that the crooks are curtailed. And then if there are demons, we deal with them in a policy sense so that the state can deliver. So the state is a facilitator. The state cannot go to sleep. The public sector has interests in the things that we do. So the service has to be intentional in the crafting and supervision of policies and programs for national development. And one of these policies, of course, in line with Sustainable Development Goals, is being intentional about addressing the gaps about our resilience and climate change adaptation. Indeed, a vibrant civil service, for me, is critical to our ultimate progress in this country. We are seeking to reposition the civil service to play a phenomenal role throughout the policy cycle, including monitoring and evaluation, of course, to put our nation on a sustainable path. And it's the reason that we are adequately represented to contribute to the discussions, shape our perspectives, harvest ideas as far as we can for operational enhancement, and of course inform policies and programs that we have. We know that the development is knowledge intensive. I've looked at the array of presentations that will be made and the various issues that will be discussed. And my officers have already briefed me some of the discussions that have taken place. And the Latin, and I'm using a French word, I've forgotten about my French, but lumière. Lumière is light, right? Very enlightening, in these engagement. And so we commend you for that. So in this crucial, critical moment, the utility of our service is more important than ever before. We have a responsibility to lead, to act, and to innovate. Our duty is to support the implementation of sustainable policies and programs that not only address the root causes of climate change, but also enhance our capacity to adapt to its inevitable impact. Leadership in the civil service, and I'm encouraging the diffusion of leadership, because leadership occurs at multiple spots, that people ought to be interested in how things are made. They ought to be part, they ought to be counted, because I believe strongly that it's either you are at the table or you ultimately will be either at the table or you'll be on the menu. And I'm encouraging them that they should be at the table to address the critical issues. So leadership in the service is very much interested in these matters. The former UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan of blessed memory, once said, and Chair, with your permission, I quote, that no one is born a good citizen or a good Democrat or a good leader. It takes time and education, unquote. This is why the civil servants and all stakeholders alike present here today must allow themselves to be empowered and be change agents in our respective sectors. Some of the key policies that we have enacted consistent with our avowed commitment to be resilient include, we have water policy, we have, as I said, national urban policy, renewable energy policy, waste policies, among others. Our carbon reduction targets are ambitious, but very necessary. We are investing in green energy and programs and projects, enhancing our infrastructure to withstand extreme weather, and collaborating with international partners to share knowledge and resources. Our success stories are a true reflection of what we can achieve when we work together, from innovative water management systems to resilient public health strategies
We are making some strides, yes, and this was evident in the way we actually managed COVID, for instance, and creating a sustainable future for ourselves. But please note that development itself, as I said, is knowledge intensive. We are not there yet. Now, the former United States President, the United States of America President Barack Obama once remarked that there is one issue that will define the contours of this century more dramatically than any other, and that is the urgent threat of a changing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, equally important. We must prepare for the changes that are already underway. This means building resilient infrastructure, ensuring success that we call sustainability, and so on and so forth, as a result of the fact that we appreciate that these things are real. So we cannot do this alone, as Professor Pedu indicated. Public participation and awareness are key to driving the change that we need. All stakeholders must be on board. Partnership, whether with the private sector, all key sectors in both local, urban centers, the national bodies, will and help us achieve the goals that we set for ourselves. Looking ahead, our vision is clear. Sustainability, or sustainable and resilient future for all, must be the clarion call. We have ambitious plans to further our adaptation efforts, including new policies and programs that I've alluded to, that will enhance our ability to respond to the challenges that you already know. Transparency and accountability will guide our progress, ensuring that we remain on track and to meet our commitment. I urge all of us to remain dedicated, innovative in our approach to tackling climate change. Each sector has a role to play, and it is only through our collective effort that we will succeed. The civil service is committed to leading by example, and I encourage everyone to join us in this vital endeavor. In conclusion, let me say that let us remember that actions that we take, and there's this thing that I used to preach when I was a lecturer here, that today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. Today, I take it again. Today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. What I'm inferring is that we cannot behave like infants who are interested in here and now and the self. If your child, 5 years, 6 years, wants you to buy pizza, he is not bothered whether you have the means or not. Pizza ought to be bought. Is that not it? But you know the economy of the household, and therefore you'll be able to put in some mitigating measures. But the child cannot be bothered. Whether you go to the bank, whatever, you want pizza. And so what I'm suggesting to us is that the time to act is now. And I'm reminded of a proverb from our rich Ghanaian heritage: the path is made by walking. Let us walk this path together with a determination, with resilience, and with a shared commitment to climate adaptation. Together we can build a future where our children and grandchildren can thrive in harmony with nature. And I want to end by saying that it should not be said. It should not. And there's something that my father told me in the village growing up. That it should not be said that when we were in charge, we did not deliver. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. Evans Agridakun. Indeed, the path is made by walking, and we are very appreciative of the fact that the civil service is willing to collaborate and wants to invite researchers to the table. Indeed, researchers would not want to be the menu on the table, but rather those who would be at the table to deliberate on pressing issues and prefer policies that can help. We'll be taking our last remarks from Dr. Emmanuel Mafo. Before I introduce him, I'd like to say that another layer to the protocol is we have Honorable Yves Hansen-Norte, the MP for Tema Central, who is the Vice Chair of the Committee on Environment, here. Let's, if you can raise your hand, yes, let's appreciate and welcome him. Thank you for being here. To Dr. Mafo is an honorable member of parliament for Oforikrum and is a chairman of a parliamentary committee on environment, science and technology. He also chairs the global parliamentary group of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. He holds a PhD in environmental policy and was a principal research scientist in the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Let's welcome Dr. Emmanuel Mafo as he gives us his remarks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's always exciting to come back to the academia in an environment where we generate and nurture knowledge. And I'm also excited that the meeting, this conference, thought it good to invite parliamentarians because as you may observe, the climate change discourse conversation has been, as I call it, been hijacked by the executive. And both from the global level to national level. And so you go to most of these important meetings and you don't find parliamentarians. The situation is changing. And I think it is changing for good because everything that you do, from research and from whatever empirical observations you make, if it does not influence policy, it will not matter. If it does not reflect in budgets, it will not matter. And indeed, if there are no actions taken, then we are all not doing too good. And so perhaps the institution that has the best resources to make things happen in terms of all this process, I will argue, would be Parliament, if we were minded and if we were doing what we are constitutionally empowered to do. And so I'm happy that we are here. Somebody will say we are also here some. So I just want to touch on just one or two things. As I'm not giving a speech, I'm only making a remark. The first thing I want to say is that we need data. A lot of the things we are discussing in terms of whether we want to have adaptation or not, we need data. Parliament and those, and I will add the executive as well, we all need to understand data. And I'll just use one example. When there was a flood, I mean the Volta Dam, the VRA discharged excess water, and there was flooding of the whole watershed. People were saying that if we had funds from the loss and damage fund, we could have applied and then maybe get money to do stuff. But the question that I'll pose to you and I'll leave is that how do we answer the question of attribution when it comes to climate impact? Because it seems that today everything we are talking about is that there is climate change and there's climate impact. So how do we account for whatever impacts that we see? So for example, the flooding that we are seeing and all that, how do we account for the component of climate change in that impact so that you can, on the basis of that, formulate bankable projects to, for example, tap into loss and damage fund? Because the reason why most climate investments have not come to Africa is because when we write and proposals, the data to support and to answer the question of attribution has always not been there. You cannot simply start attending Conference of Parties meeting, you hardly saw MPs. But over the past 2-3 years, the number of MPs who have come on board even participating in being part of national delegations have increased substantially. And so it means that at the global level, now we are trying to get into the conversation properly. Now at the national level, in Ghana, for example, Parliament on Monday coming will be inaugurating our climate caucus, because we recognize that just one committee of Parliament will not be enough to deal with the multidisciplinary, sectoral issues that climate change brings on board. And so we need to have a caucus that brings many other parliamentary committees together, so that when we are having a conversation, we know that the conversation will be holistic and will be comprehensive. And so these are some of the things that we are doing in the Parliament of Ghana to be able to build our own capacity to appreciate the issues and also to do effective oversight. As we speak, there is a bill in Parliament on the climate and environmental protection bill, which is going through consideration. And we hope that when we are able to pass that bill, then Ghana will also have specific legislative framework for climate change. And so I just want to thank you for the invitation and look forward to reading the outcome of this meeting. And in fact, I'll come back and participate in the other scientific or technical sessions. And hopefully, we should be able to do well to balance adaptation and mitigation, which is so much needed globally. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Putting in that question, how do we answer the question of attribution when it comes to climate impact? We have two more addresses. One would be from Mr. Andrew Reid, and then the other will be from our keynote speaker, Honorable Ophelia Mensah-Hayford. But before they come, you agree with me that we can make do with some energetic dance moves and music. So without wasting time, let's invite the Ghana Dance Ensemble as they intersperse these speeches that we've heard with some good music. Let's welcome them, please. Thank you. Let's clap for them, please. Ghana National Dance Ensemble. Yes. It's refreshing to hear, isn't it? All right. So at this time, we'll receive a special guest address from Mr. Andrew Reid. He is the Economic Growth Office Director for the USAID mission in Ghana. Let's welcome Andrew with a clap, please.
Hello, everyone. Ooh, mic's hot. I would like to stand on all the protocols observed from the people who've come before me. So thank you very much. I will just thank you for the ministers that are here today, the members of parliament, professors, academic staff, private sector development partners, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here today. It's, I've seen the campus before, and I'm just amazed every time I come here what a beautiful campus it is. Makes me feel young again to be back on a university campus. I started my career with the University of Missouri as an extension agent, and those of you that are familiar with the U.S. model of the universities, teaching students, doing the research, and then how does that research get out to people? Well, that's where the extension comes in. So I'm always a big believer in the universities and the research that's being provided here. And as some of my predecessors have talked about, how important the data is. Without having good information, it's impossible to make good decisions. So the work that's going on here is just absolutely amazing, and I'm happy to be here. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the USAID Mission Director, Kimberly Rosen. So I have some prepared remarks I'd like to say on her behalf today. So as I mentioned, I'm delighted to be here to represent the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Welcome you to the 7th African Evidence to Action Conference and Exhibition. I wish to thank the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, ISER, and the University of Ghana for graciously hosting this event. I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this important conference. The International Center for Evaluation Development, ICED, ISER and the University of Ghana, the USAID Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Markets, Risk, and Resilience, and the University of California, Davis, and the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, or MESTI. Under the theme of resilience and climate change adaptation, this 3-day conference brings together experts, policymakers, researchers, academics, civil society organizations, international development agencies, business leaders, all from over 40 countries. This is a great opportunity to explore linkages and synergies between resilience and climate change adaptation and to discuss innovative research that is crucial to identifying practical solutions for climate change challenges in Africa. Climate change is a global crisis. As temperatures and sea levels rise, people around the world are increasingly facing heat waves, droughts, floods, cyclones, and wildfires that upend their lives. 17 of the world's 20 most climate vulnerable countries are in Africa. Climate change is already a very real part of people's lives. Climate change disproportionately impacts people living in poverty and marginalized communities, and we are aware of these impacts. Shifting rainfall patterns, rising temperatures, and extreme weather conditions pose significant threats to Ghana's agricultural productivity, food security, jobs, health, and livelihoods. This is why in 2023, the United States, through USAID, provided more than $3 million in assistance with environmental challenges in Ghana, including capacity building assistance for blue carbon credits and assistance from the U.S. U.S. Forest Service to fight deforestation. Ghana is already a leader in combating climate change. Ghana is the second country in Africa to receive payments from the World Bank Trust Fund for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Ghana has committed to 31 mitigation and adaptation actions across 7 economic sectors and its nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. and the NDCs have been instrumental in outlining Ghana's comprehensive framework for climate action. USAID's climate strategy is guided by an overarching goal: to advance equitable and ambitious actions to confront the climate crisis. The strategy aims to confront the climate crisis through two main objectives. The first is to take direct action by prioritizing urgent climate change mitigation and adaptation projects to maximize positive impacts. The second is through systems change. That is, we partner with the government of Ghana and the private sector to transform food systems for resilience and sustainability. This conference provides a platform to advance these objectives. The theme, Resilience and Climate Change, highlights the urgent need to explore how climate change adaptation can enhance resilience. It emphasizes the importance of existing evidence to inform and improve adaptation and resilience, policy and practices, and how these efforts contribute to sustainable development and human well-being in a changing climate. Ghana's economy continues to rely on agriculture, which makes the country vulnerable to climate change. Building resilience is crucial for ensuring the country's food security, reducing poverty, and fostering economic growth, and especially is for the country's growing population. To improve Ghana's agriculture and food systems, we need research, evidence, evaluation methods, and tools to assess and better understand adaptation needs, resilience, outcomes, and impacts. This will allow us to identify tailored adaptation strategies that work locally, regionally, and globally. The Advancing Local Leadership, Innovation, and Networks, All-In, research program, which was created under the USAID Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Markets, Risk, and Resilience, uses the knowledge and skills of African researchers to build evidence that helps rural families and communities to grow through agriculture. All-In supports African research and development economics and related fields, allowing researchers to lead large projects. US-based economists provide mentorship, while local researchers, with their deep understanding of the communities and close connection to policymakers, set the research agenda and build strong, trusting relationships. This process is important to bridge the gap between research and policy. The All-In program is funding 12 research projects, each with a budget of up to $500,000 in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Malawi, Uganda, and Ethiopia, period. Let me share two success stories from the Feed the Future All-In Ghana program that are great examples of how the research has been turned into action for resilience and climate change adaptation. Under the leadership of Professor John Cornu, from the University of Energy and National Resources, research has shown that pairing small-scale irrigation and insurance can manage risk and expand access to credit in northern Ghana. This research team also included the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Pool, the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, and the International Water Management Institute, the One Village, One Dam Initiative, and Ohio State University. The team provided more than 700 farmers with supplemental irrigation and 300 farmers with drought crop insurance to reduce their production risk. The research showed that farmers who used the bundle of irrigation and drought insurance experienced a decline in poverty as well as an increase in off-farm investment and productivity. Additionally, by using dialogue-driven methodologies with local study communities, the team helped resolve conflicts and water usage among farmers who rely on this irrigation. The second success story highlights the reduction of poverty among women by strengthening the shea value chains in northern Ghana. This research, led by Professor Fred Janku at ESER, was carried out in close collaboration with the Presbyterian Agricultural Services, the Meta Foundation, the Netherlands Development Organization, and Northwestern University. More than 80% of activities in the region's shea value chain are carried out by women, including shea nut picking, processing, and marketing. The study found that interventions to expand women's access to credit, leverage women's entrepreneurship, allowing them to store their shea kernels for longer to get better prices. Overall, shea business revenues increased by 15%, and food insecurity was reduced by about 14% over the 2-year study. These results show that even small investments in women's businesses can yield positive welfare impacts, both in business revenue and food security. I'll end by noting that initiatives that USAID supports in Ghana. Through these initiatives, we are supporting climate change effects and building resilience in Ghana's agriculture sector. So, just to avoid going through these each one by one, in general, what USAID is here to do, very simplest form, we want to work with the Ghanaian researchers, Ghanaian government, and Ghanaian private sector, CSOs. At the end of the day, through my office, I have about the best job in the world. We look to get more money into the hands of poor farmers. That's the simplest way to say it. And we're doing that in ways, because people are affected by climate change, we have to think about these risks. So when we set up these portfolios, we look at the production side, we look at how can we increase production, and that's where we look at the research evidence coming out from universities and from programs just like this. We look at how do we make more financing, access to capital available, as I've already just gave an example, some of the impacts that can do. And we look at markets. What markets are available? Are there improved markets out there that we can link people into? And we look at policy actions that can be taken to allow this to happen. You know, I'm a government worker, and I believe that my job as a government worker is to set policies up that promote private sector investment, and then make sure that that investment is equitable throughout that entire value chain, from that person, maybe the shea nut picker or the farmer on the ground, all the way up through the exporter, and that everyone's able to make money and it's a sustainable system. So you can go to USAID's Ghana website and see the individual projects that we're running here, and they're substantial. And I just want to thank everybody here who participates in those and partners with us to keep those programs moving and on the ground. So as I mentioned, USAID's goal is to help farmers grow more food and achieve greater economic returns, even in the face of longer droughts, changing rainfall patterns, and more intense heat, flooding, and pests. All of our efforts are geared towards advancing this goal. During this conference, I urge all participants to share best practices and lessons learned, identify key resilience strategies and policies, commit to finding solutions, and create opportunities for action through collaboration and partnerships to work toward effective climate resilience. Together, we can develop innovative solutions to a more climate resilient Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Right. So we'll be hearing the keynote address and the official opening, and this will be done by Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford. And permit me to read her profile. She is the Member of Parliament for the Infantman constituency. She's also the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from the University of Ghana, a Bachelor of Laws and Master of Public Administration from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. She's previously served as an officer in the Ghana Police Service and participated in several foreign peacekeeping missions between 2008 and 2010. She was the United Nations Police Advisor with the United Nations Africa Mission UNAMID in Darfur, Sudan. Her dedication to international security shone brightly during her tenure in the Interpol unit of the Criminal Investigations Department in Accra from 2011 to 2020, where she managed intricate investigations, requests from member countries and extradition cases. She was internal investigator of the Professional Standards Unit, PSU, within the United Nations mission in South Sudan from 2019 to 2020. Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford is the Vice Chair of the Defense and Interior Committee in Ghana's Parliament. and she's a member of the House Committee of Parliament as well. She's a member of Ghana's delegation to the Pan-African Parliament and a board member on the Prisons Council. Outside her professional life, Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford is a devout Christian, a member of a Methodist Church of Ghana, and a loving mother of 3. Let's welcome Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, the Minister for MESTI, as she gives us the keynote address. Let's keep clapping for her as she comes.
Thank you very much. Let me heave a sigh of relief. I sat there quietly listening to the great speeches until I saw my lecturer, Evans Agridako. I said, wow, am I coming to deliver in presence of my lecturer? Thank God he's gone. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Madam, she stepped out. CEO, International Center for Evaluation and Development, Special Advisor, Vice President Secretariat, Office of the President, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present, Head of Civil Service, Dr. Evans Agridako. He taught us how to pronounce the name Evans. We were saying Evans. And then he said, no, it's Evans. So now I can also say Evans. Reps of Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Market Risk and Resilience, reps of development partner institutions present, reps from our private sector partners, the press, students, distinguished invited guests, good morning. It is a great privilege to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference 2024, which is themed Resilience and Climate Change Adaptation, and focuses on investigating the relationships and mutually reinforcing consequences of these 2 fundamental concepts which are essential to reducing the effects of climate change, especially in Africa. This conference brings together key players and stakeholders from across Africa and the world who represent all stages of the value chain of evidence-based policy making and practice, to exchange ideas on practical ways to address the challenges posed by climate change. These comprises international development organizations, research institutions, academia, civil society organizations, government players and policy makers, global business leaders and entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, changes in weather patterns, agricultural growth, land degradation, varied sea levels, desertification, inundation of low-lying terrain, and an increase in the frequency of severity of storms, floods, and droughts are all possible outcomes of global climate change, for which Ghana is not an exception. These direct efforts also have indirect repercussions, such as modification to food productivity, an increase in the prevalence and spread of diseases that affect people, like malaria. For example, NADMO reported that in the past 50 years, over 400 individuals have died as a result of 33 significant hydrometeorological occurrences that have affected 16 million people in Ghana, with loss of about $120 million as a result of 5 climate-related calamities. Given the efforts of global warming on Africa, a continent that has made relatively little contribution to the issues of climate change, resilience and climate change adaptation are crucial topics to discuss. our economics and way of life, which heavily rely on natural resources, are being severely damaged. In our pursuit of a future within the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal established in the Paris Agreement in 2015, climate change resilience, which is the ability of individuals, communities, and systems to withstand, recover from, and adapt to shocks and strains associated with climate change and adaptation, which is the reduction of vulnerability and increase in resilience and adjusting to the changing environment by implementing new practices, technologies, and policies cannot be downplayed. Ghana has implemented a number of initiatives to increase resilience and prepare for the effects of climate change over the years. Under the One Village, One Dam initiative, 570 small earth dams were built to provide climate-vulnerable farmers with year-round access to water. In 15 settlements in the northern region, irrigation systems were developed and restored, irrigating over 11,000 hectares of crops. Since 2016, over 40,000 farmers have been assisted in implementing sustainable land and water management practices to increase yields and incomes. In order to facilitate community watershed management, Plants and Community Resources Management Area, CREMA, 586 community governance structures were established across the northern part of the country. Under the One District, One Warehouse program, 330 warehouses with a capacity of 1,000 metric tons were established in 330 districts in an effort to reverse post-harvest losses. Completion of the construction of 14.6 kilometer sea defense in 5 communities at the cost of $731.8 million. Ladies and gentlemen, increasing a nation's capacity to adapt to climate change can help vulnerable societies become more resilient and better positioned. Several strategies to accomplish this include the following: putting in place legal and policy framework that supports institutions, communities, and individuals to adapt and build resilience to continue to provide services under the changing conditions. Sustainable and inclusive use of natural resources such as land, soil, and water. Implementing early warning systems that provide timely and relevant information about anticipated shock such as storms, surges, rainfall intensity, drought, enables communities, authorities, and people to take appropriate action to mitigate their efforts. Putting in place systems to protect natural capital, example, mangroves, forests, reefs, and soils, and physical capital such as houses, shelters, roads, and water systems from the impact of climate change. Establishing social protection schemes for affected communities has become more than urgent, considering the cases of over 26,000 people who were affected in October 2023 flooding in the southeastern part of Ghana. Generating diverse and inclusive forms of knowledge and information to inform decisions at all levels. Having access to enhanced and inclusive productive resources, including credits, markets, and livestock. Social networks should accessible, equitable, and innovative, and have strong and diverse participation. Example, self-help groups and savings groups. Incremental, technological, and social innovations adopted, such as new seed varieties, agricultural practices, ICTs, enterprise development, and new forms of partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us present from the different countries and fields of operation can do better to improve resilience and climate change adaptation everywhere on the continent. We need to expand climate finance by mobilizing funds to assist with adaptation plans and infrastructure that is robust to climate change. Boost international capacity through increasing the ability of local governments, non-profit organizations, and civil society to address climate change. Encourage innovation and research in climate change adaptation and resilience. Promote the development of research and development related to climate change. And lastly, promote private sector involvement by creating alliance with the business community to pool resources, know-how, and capital for climate change adaptation. Distinguished participants, I acknowledge the international sanction and development, ICE, Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Market, Risk, and Resilience of the University of California, Davis, and the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, ISA, University of Ghana, for putting this event together. Let's keep collaborating to confront the climate catastrophe, exchange information, and encourage group initiatives for a Ghana that is climate resilient. And I know this is what the conference seeks to do. It is my prayer that at the end of this conference, we'll come out with homegrown solutions to solve the issues of climate change within our sub-region. I officially declare this conference open. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make all of us great and strong. Thank you.
Let's keep clapping for her, please. Thank you so much for also laying bare the willingness of your ministry to collaborate in this regard. I think we have a well-deserved break. We'll be going out for a group photo, after which we would also walk through the exhibition, and this is how we're going to do it. Our guests and all those who gave the remarks would lead us through that door. They'll go out there. We have ushers there, we'll usher them to the place where the pictures will be taken. And so you'll be called and then you will follow. Okay. The rest of us would go through that door just so that we avoid any chaos through this smaller door. After the pictures, the minister, together with Dr. Ameyao and Professor Korte, would go and cut the tape to open the exhibition, and then all of us can go and see what we have there. Let me also mention that for journalists among us who wish to interview any of the speakers, kindly wait behind the sponsor's backdrop. You'll be pointed to by some ushers when you would come in to interview the guests. With that said, let's all rise on our feet. We deserve a good stretch, yes. And then ushers, kindly lead us through that door to go and take the group picture, and then we'll open the exhibition. Thank you all very much. Oh, thank you for the clap as well. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So we would like to get back by 11:45 so we can start the next session on time. So see you at 11:45. Thank you.
stakeholders, I cut the tape to officially open the evidence to action exhibition. In the name of the Father, Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please, this way.
Planning Commission. Check the drummers too. Yes, but the drummers.
We provide the focus for planning in this country, and we issue planning guidelines to all the sectors and the district assemblies in this country to enable them prepare their medium-term plans. And our vision, we focus on a coordinated program, that is the president's vision, and then we prepare the policy framework. And so the policy framework, and we issue our planning guidelines. So that, yes, so the planning guidelines will then give the impetus for the various assemblies and then the sectors to prepare their plans. So when they prepare their plans, they have to implement. They implement, and we annualize it into what we call the national annual program. We do everything. So we copy of this to each parliamentarian, and we have done that. Yeah. 23 is ready. It's ready on the website. It is not in print. Yes, I am aware. Prof. Koti, aware of that.
Yes, Africa Evidence Network.
It's wonderful to meet you. My name is from the Pan-African Collective for Evidence in South Africa. Yes, we are an NPO. We operate in Johannesburg. Our main goal is to reduce poverty and inequality across the continent by promoting and producing evidence. But here, I'm basically here to spotlight and share two key initiatives. Is the Africa Evidence, basically a community of close to 5,000 members from across the continent. Yes, they are policymakers, researchers, all who are interested in driving evidence use. It's subscription-based. It offers opportunities for collaboration, offers opportunity for networking, and we actually host a biannual conference similar to this one. Our last one was in 2023 in Uganda, and that also brings me to component of the Africa Evidence Network, Youth League, for the youth, by the youth. Mainly in the education sector, and the idea is to empower, nurture, and amplify youth voices, particularly for emerging leaders in driving evidence use, specifically in the education sector. Thank you. Thank you.
So much. So we are and we are currently promoting, and the challenge is shelf life. We have our community of Ghana, different African indigenous foods. Explain. She's leading this project. Yes.
Yes. So we try to make some, because we know a lot of Ghanaians are drinking the turkey berry because of supposed blood, so we decided to make it into a tea to make it convenient for even the urban dwellers. So what we've done now is we've actually dried the different types of drying, and then we've added some tangerine and some of them tangerine, some of them ginger. And it's actually very nice. Today we didn't know we're going to showcase everything. Usually we make some of the tea for people to actually taste. And you get food research to try to see whether it gives the same amount of all the minerals, that's nutrients. Yeah, so when we get that back, then we can be able to commercialize it and send it out. No, not commercialized, yes, but it's still on the experimental stage yet.
And in all, I think both West and East Africa, we are funding how many research?
Yeah. These are solar dried also, and you can just, when you reconstitute, it comes out the same as when you are making your juice as well. The same nutrients, fresh garden. This one we've tested. No, we have just about starting. The project just started last year, so we've just joined us.
Yes. Good morning and welcome to the stand of the host organization for this conference, the co-host, of course. So this is the International Center for Evaluation and Development. And one of the main things that we do is to, see a global south where we know that research is actually being influenced by evidence. Policies are actually being churned out because of those kind of evidence that we are churning out. You have impact in about 24 African countries, and we are currently running about 21 research projects across the continent, and we have actually been doing this with a lot of organizations, over 20 plus organizations that we do this with. Some of the things that we do, we have displayed them here. We have research projects in climate change, we have research projects in gender. One of the things is, something that we call the agile data approaches for innovations and monitoring. And with that, we try to find ways where we can have data collected rapidly, and it is able to give quick information back to policymakers to make decisions. And that is one project that we are doing. We have implemented it in Uganda, Malawi, and also in Zimbabwe. Yeah, in both poultry, agricultural settings, and also even climate change. Because we realize that sometimes people get information after the fact. So the agile data approaches helps policymakers, whilst data is being collected, changes can be done, information can be good. We get the project rather than after the issues have been done. Another thing that we are actually involved with is actually what we call the impact of infrastructure on gender equity and women empowerment. Sometimes we talk about the impact of infrastructure in the vacuum, but its impact on critical issues like gender empowerment and equity, people are not really aware. So ICE did this to be able to synthesize the evidence that are available and to what extent they actually impact on women empowerment and equity. So we look at physical infrastructures from road, rails, issues of markets and all that. To what extent does it impact? And we had an evidence and gap map out of it where we synthesize all the evidence in it. So we can tell that roads can actually lead to this impact at this precision. So that's one thing that we have actually done. Another thing is also to what extent do we see, the influence of governance on gender equity and also women empowerment. We got this one from ULET, and we are currently doing it. We have gotten some evidence already on where the evidence are and where the gaps are, because we want to make sure that the kind of gender, interventions, governance interventions are actually making impact on gender and other kind of things. So that's one thing also that we did. Yes. So you'll come back, and we have a lot of things here which you can do. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Hello, you're welcome. We warmly welcome you to our stand. So this is ESA and Refined. Refined is the Retail Finance Distribution Research Initiative. It's an initiative that is run by ESA, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In fact, the call for proposal has ended, but we also can partner with commercial players to research into retail finance or digital finance. We also have another research initiative, that the research initiative, and we are collaborating with ISROBAM in Senegal. So these are some of our publications that ESA churns out. The State of the Ghanaian Economy Report is churned out every year. The Ghana Social Development Outlook is churned out every 2 years. You all? Okay, all right, thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. You say Samugele in Ndebele. It's a Ndebele name. Yes. Oh, we are Kuchishona. Yes, yes, yes. So welcome. So yeah, this is World Vision Zimbabwe stand. Yes. So we're saying there's a lot that we are doing, especially in terms of livelihoods and food security. So we have different intervention packages for different groups. Intervention package A is for the ultra poor. Soon after disaster they are just below the poverty line or way below the poverty line. So that's why we do the cash and food assistance to them, do some savings groups and a lot of skills training for them. But we also have an intervention package B and C. These, they at least produce enough, they have enough food security. So what it means, we're linking them now to the markets, we're doing some skills training for them, business development training, security trainings, production trainings, local value chain development. And then at package C, they are mature, we're linking them to bigger markets. So maybe our main goal is to improve child well-being. How do we improve? Through increasing income for their household, through improved food security, and then resilience to droughts and disasters that they face each and every day. So thank you very much for coming to our stand.
Hello, you're welcome. So CDD research, and we use the makers with the evidence to improve our lifestyle here in Ghana. So these are some of the products. We worked on the mining district development scorecard. We worked on 8 districts. This is the Amaware of Amaware. It's basically a social accountability tool that we use to measure service delivery. We have the evaluation reports here. We worked on the DLT also. And then currently we are working on the Ghana Cities Monitor reports. So the Ghana Cities. Oh, yes, please. Yes, they are. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. The other end.
Yes. Hello, welcome. Please, this is Deaf Plan Consult. So we are a research and consultancy firm. We provide services, socioeconomic research services, and also we provide capacity building to our clients. And our areas of specialties include project management, monitoring and evaluation, socioeconomic research and survey. We also have local government and community development. We also provide advisory services and business development as well. We also looked at social and environmental safeguard. We are also into intellectual property and technology transfer. Our offices can be located at the main office as in Accra or Yarifa Estate. Then also we have the Temale, which we can get all our services that you need from us. If you need any socioeconomic research that you want to partner with, you can call on us. We can also deal with some local people who want to embark on any research to support them find out some findings that can help in the development of their organization or their community at large. So anytime you need a partner in terms of research, you can contact us. And we have some of our clients that we also focus on.
So for the past decade, we've worked with USAID, MESTI. We prepared an intellectual property rights and technology transfer framework for MESTI last year. We've worked with the World Bank, African Development Bank on projects including baseline studies, midline studies, resettlement planning, socioeconomic survey, and all those projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So,
here we sell African fabric, and then
Yes, we can call. You have your card?
yes, it's not here at the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. We can get it.
Okay.
Sustainable. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much for coming to our stand. We are Sustainable Energy Technologies. We are a social enterprise that deals in the promotion of clean cooking technologies. So as you can see here, we have various types of clean cooking stoves. Yes. So this is an ethanol stove. It uses ethanol. So just like it works on the principle of the LPG. But the reason why we are promoting this one specifically is because of the safety kind of requirements this one comes with. So we realize that gas is an explosive substance. What happens is, let's say you are in your kitchen and then there's a leakage in your gas, but you don't know. As soon as you come inside and then you light your matchstick, it becomes a very big disaster for you. But we realize that this one, it's a volatile liquid. As soon as you pour it on the ground in a few minutes, everything evaporates. So how it works is just similar to the gas. So you open it this way, and then you pour the ethanol fuel inside here. So pour it inside, and then you light your matchstick. It quickly starts. So when she lights it up, I'll give an example. So you see currently it's light right now, but you realize that you can't see until you bring your hand closer to it. So we call this one the blue flame, and the blue flame doesn't produce any smoke at all. So there was a report in 2017 by the World Health Organization. They said in Ghana about 17,000 people die annually due to pollution. So but you realize that this one, because it produces a blue flame, it doesn't come with any smoke at all. So we realize that this one can help us transition in our just transition from the traditional ways of cooking to the more cleaner and safer way. So it's not only this one we have, we also promote other technologies. I don't know. Yes, so we are now piloting it. So currently we are focused on, we have shops in Adenta, Abokobi, Oyarefa, Oleshi. So those are the places we've. So this one is 200 cedis. For what? Yes, please. And then, so when, yes. So when you buy the ethanol, so no. So when you. Oh yeah. So we are not trying to kind of expand the reach. So like I'm saying, we have a shop. The biofuel. So I mentioned some areas, and then Eastern region too. We have our shops over there. Oh no! Please don't put a ban on it. We very soon we will get there. We will get there. So this is 1 liter. It's 60, and then we have 5 liters. That's 80 cedis, and then we have the. So it depends. So for example, we did a test. We did 2 tests. We did a test experiment and a controlled experiment. So the controlled experiment is where we send it to a room, like we check some of the environmental conditions. But in the test experiment, so for example, in an open area. So when we sent it in an open area, and then we fill the canister to the maximum, it's burnt for about 2-3 hours before the fuel ran out. But when we put it in the controlled experiment, so for example, in a room, to mimic like someone cooking inside the kitchen, it burnt for close to 5 hours. So depending on how frequent you are cooking.
So how many liters will I take to cook my?
Soup. So this one can cook your soup. So you see everything. Yes. So if you can pour the whole of this one into the canister. Yes, please. So and then we have half of this one. Oh, I didn't say 60. It's 16. 16. 16. So, but this one actually is not for sale. This one, when you buy the stove, we give you this one for free. And then so maybe you can then decide to buy 1 liter or 5 liters, or depending on the liter you want to buy. And then we also have, no, it's not an air fryer. So we call this the pressure cooker. So just like the rice cooker we have, but an improved version of it. So there's this misconception that cooking with electricity is very costly. So we are trying to debunk some of these things. So when we first brought, when we started to promote these ones, we went to the market. People said, "Oh, if we are cooking with electricity, they're already the ECG, they are killing us, this and that." So what we did was we fitted energy meters into this one. So we put the energy meter in the socket before we put the plug of this one into that place. So we used it to prepare banku, we used it to prepare rice, beans, and then stew. Oh yes, so that's so there's videos in her phone. So when we were at the Medina markets doing the exhibition, they were the ones cooking the food. So I were taking videos and pictures, trying to. The whole point was a market activation. We wanted to show people that what we are promoting, it actually does what we say it does. So this is mushroom. Mushroom, yes, please. Mushroom. Yeah, and then so these ones ourselves in our facility at Teacher Mante. So these are. All the improved cook stoves, but these ones use charcoal. So these ones they use charcoal, and then the technology behind this one is that the clay acts as an insulator. You know, the traditional cook stoves we have, they are made fully of metal, and the metals are very good conductors of heat. When you put your charcoal inside and then you light it up, you are expecting your cook to be done within the next 10 minutes, but because of conduction, the metal is conducting some of the heat produced inside the charcoal, giving it off to the environment. Something that you were expecting it to be done by 10 minutes, you end up getting 20 minutes. So what the clay does is it acts as an insulator. All the heat that's being produced by the charcoal, it reduces the amount of time you spend, it reduces the amount of charcoal you spend when you are cooking. And then, so we also have solar products. Please, a minute, sorry. We have some amazing things I wanted to show you. I don't know if any of you have heard of briquettes or pellets. So this is a briquette. Yes, so, okay. So briquettes are just like charcoal, but they are made from waste. So agro waste, we can use sawdust, we can use coconut husk, cocoa pods and stuff like that. That's what we use to make the briquettes. So what makes it black like this, we call it carbonization. So initially, when they make it raw like that, you send it to the market, people say, "Oh, wait there, it's not charcoal. How can charcoal not be black?" This and that. So that's how it came about this carbonization. And then we also have smaller versions of this called briquettes. So we are also promoting waste to energy. There's a lot of waste in the country at the moment, waste left, right, everywhere. So we're trying to convert some of these things and then make it into... Oh, yes, please. Please, we have flyers and everywhere. Yes, please. Oh, so the mushrooms, we actually brought bags just for but we have the fully developed ones at the office. We just came to kind of showcase people what some of the things we have. And we also have solar products. No problem at all. We sure it's easy. So yeah, no problem at all. So we also have our solar products over here. Have you given all of them the flyers? Make sure everyone has a flyer. Add the training flyers to everything. Give everyone one of each. Yes. So these all. Oh, okay. Oh, if you had come to the exhibition earlier, we'd have made sure we'd have come in between you and US and would have been the people to supply. Yes, please. We couldn't bring some of them probably tomorrow or Friday. So, but everything here is powered by solar. Currently in Ghana, we are facing. Yes, please. The flyers, please, 3 of them, and then add the CTEC flyer too. Yeah, so currently in Ghana, we are facing a bit of challenges when it comes to our constant supply of electricity. So we have this very good product we are promoting. So this is powered by solar energy. So this is the solar panel for it. It's 10 watts. So you see the wire is very long to the extent that you can put the solar panel outside, and then this one you put it here. So it starts to operate your solar fan for you. It also comes with LED, so you can turn your lights on and off. It also comes with 2 extra that you can also operate it with. And then this is, yes please. We also sell the fans as well. And yes please, yes please. It can last 6 to 7 hours, so probably it can take you through the whole night. And yes please. All right, thank you very much for coming. Stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you've enjoyed your break. We want to request those who are taking some refreshments that we will start in the next 5 minutes. So far, I think time has been well spent. We pray that those who are eating, please eat quickly. We are going to start the next session in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Try. Try two. Try two.
What's going on?
Try two. Try two.
What's going on? Cold-hearted woman, stop treating me wrong. Baby, what's going on? Baby, what's going on? Cold-hearted woman, stop treating me wrong. Loving you is wrong. I don't wanna be right. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. Cold-hearted woman, let's make love and not fight tonight.
try 2, try 2, try 2. Hello, mic check 2, try.
Baby, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know who was listening to the lyrics of the song. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I now want to call the meeting to order. We are now going to have our first session for the plenary presentation. Yeah, I can see professors are engaging. I'm sure we will find very good results at the end. My name is Fora Obebo from Kenyatta University, Kenya, and I'll be taking you through sessions 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in case you don't have the program, there is a QR code on the program. So what you should be able to do is just take out your smartphone. I hope everybody has a smartphone. And scan the QR code so that you are able to follow the proceedings. So without any further ado, I wish to welcome us to the plenary presentation on the promise of combining remote sensing and survey data, evidence on climate shocks, and women's economic empowerment in Nigeria. This will be presented by Thomas De Hoop, who is the Managing Economist and Program Area Lead, American Institutes for Research, AIR. Maybe just a small brief of Thomas is that Thomas is a trained development economist who oversees AIR's international research and evaluation portfolio focused on food, security, agriculture, and nutrition. He has published widely on self-help groups in India and education innovation programs in Sub-Saharan Africa, including RCTs, quasi-experimental studies, and systematic reviews. He was the co-principal investigator for the Evidence Consortium on women's groups, which examined the impact and cost-effectiveness of self-help groups in India and savings groups in Nigeria and Uganda. His climate change research combines remote sensing with survey data to examine how droughts and floods influence the impact of savings groups in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Thomas De Hoop. Welcome.
Thank you all so much. I'm just going to wait for people to sit down in the next 30 seconds. The clicker does not seem to work. I don't think the clicker works. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you all so much, and thank you so much for the introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here. To just start with a personal note, like when I was doing my bachelor in development economics, I was in Ghana for the first time in 2004. And in 2007, during my PhD, I also learned a ton from colleagues at ISER about how to design surveys. They were very, very patient with me in how to design survey instruments for the context of Ghana. So it's really a pleasure to be back here. It's a while ago that I was in Ghana. It's like about 10 years ago, but it's really good to be back here on the campus. So I'm going to speak today about remote sensing and survey data specifically, and I'm going to do that in the context of an impact evaluation we're doing in Nigeria. It's an impact evaluation of a large-scale women's savings and livelihoods program. We're conducting a quasi-experimental study in Nigeria, and we're working there with the World Bank. There are lots of co-authors, including co-authors from the World Bank in Nigeria, as well as from AIR. I'm not going to mention all of them at this point, but I do want to acknowledge them. We do also have two co-authors in the audience, Jesse Pinchoff and Evelyn Shu, who are both working specifically on climate change. And just to note, this started as an impact evaluation to determine the effects of savings groups in Nigeria. And during that time, we didn't necessarily have the idea to actually examine effects on climate resilience. This was also not an objective at that point in time of the program. But just like many other programs globally, savings group programs have also started looking into how they can possibly contribute to climate resilience. So I'm going to start with giving a really brief introduction to what I think can be considered as climate change research and development economics. And I'm not going to necessarily speak about simulations related to climate change and how those affect economic growth. Instead, I'm going to look more at the microeconomics. And one thing that's very clear from this literature is that it's not actually necessarily calling itself climate change research. There's lots of research in the development economics literature that focuses on droughts and floods. They wouldn't necessarily, especially in the early years of this research, they don't call it climate change research. It doesn't mean that it isn't. And I liked one of the comments during the initial introductions where Africa cannot wait when it comes to climate change mitigation. It's really time to start adapting. And I think a lot of the climate change research relates to that. And I also want to acknowledge that there are people in this audience who know more about this research than I do. So I'm going to really quickly go over this. But essentially this is the research also that I learned about during my bachelor and my master in development economics. And I think there has been a little bit of a generational shift, I would say, in development economics, where at the time of my master, development economics gradually started moving into the direction where almost all PhD students started doing impact evaluations. And this kind of research became less prevalent. But there's a lot of early research when data were much more scarce, where clearly after droughts, households had to compensate for fluctuations in consumption after shocks in Burkina Faso through livestock sales, and livestock sales could only partially compensate for that. And reason why I'm mentioning that I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this literature is because Michael Carter is over here in the audience, and he knows much more about the last example, where less poor households in Ethiopia are more likely to sell assets after droughts to smooth consumption. But we see very different patterns because those between the poor living below the poverty trap and those who move around the poverty trap, where the poorest of the poor, they're actually more likely to smooth asset consumption rather than, or to smooth assets ownership rather than smooth consumption. And over time, their asset ownership increases again during the recovery after shocks, but it never reaches that level anymore where they can escape a poverty trap. So all that research has been done, and it's not the kind of research that development economists have been most likely to do in the last 10 years. But I think, and this is one of the messages I want to give during this plenary, that actually, the current climate crisis, really shows the need to combine some of this early research when data were still relatively scarce on droughts and floods and other climate shocks, and to combine that with some of the more recent impact evaluation literature where people are increasingly doing impact randomized control trials and quasi-experimental studies. And what we see is that has been done also. We see that cash transfers in Niger actually have larger effects in consumption for households that experience drought shocks. And the reason that people can do this kind of research nowadays with many more data is because, not just because there are more survey data available, but also many more satellite data that measure these kinds of temperature changes that can actually proxy for droughts. And we see similar effects on cash transfers and vocational training in Nicaragua. So I'm going to speak about that in the context of savings groups in Nigeria. And I'm going to first briefly explain a little bit about how those savings groups, how they function, what their pathways of change could potentially be. But one key thing that I want to highlight here is that savings groups, the theory of change, is actually quite different in the absence of climate shocks or other shocks than in the presence of climate shocks. Under both circumstances, they can achieve benefits, but the pathways of change are quite different. So we're conducting a quasi-experimental evaluation in Nigeria. I will briefly explain the design, but I will go into more details in the design in a session, tomorrow during another presentation. But essentially, women are coming together, they're saving in groups, essentially through village savings and loan association models, probably very familiar to many of you in this audience, and they're obtaining access to credit from the group, not yet through bank linkages at this point in time, but more but the credit is increasingly becoming formal. And what we can see from the literature is that in the short term, and that evidence is pretty strong, these savings groups can contribute to improvements in women's financial inclusion. It becomes a bit more complex when we're thinking about other economic outcomes. There's quite mixed evidence on whether savings and self-help groups, and self-help groups are much more prevalent in India, and there are small differences between VSLAs and self-help groups. But in the longer term, they show different effects than in the short term. Essentially, savings and obtaining life opportunities for livelihoods give households the opportunity, and women in particular, to prepare for the future such that maybe in the short term they don't achieve positive effects on consumption and income, but in the longer term they do. And this is essentially what the literature from some of the largest self-help group programs in India shows, that in the beginning, after probably 2-3 years of implementation, we see impacts on financial inclusion, we see some effects on asset ownership, not uniformly, but it starts to happen. And some of the largest impact evaluations of self-help groups in the long term only find effects on consumption and income after 7 years of program implementation. So we're conducting a quasi-experimental evaluation at this point in time after 2.5 years of program implementation. So we're also not expecting those effects on consumption and income at this point in time yet, because women are still saving, they're purchasing assets, their businesses have not started yet, that they're starting with their livelihoods grants. So effects on consumption and income, they could happen, but it's a bit optimistic to assume that those happen in the relatively short term. But at the same time, in the presence of large shocks, and climate shocks is one example of those, but of course the COVID-19 pandemic was another really key example, that these groups can have very different types of effects. We did a study in Nigeria, for example, using World Bank phone-based living standards measurement survey and combining those with the phone-based survey data that the World Bank collected during the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we saw is that we need to be careful about establishing causality here, but we see that in households with women's savings group members actually increase or are less likely to experience food insecurity after the COVID-19 pandemic than households without. And this is like a longitudinal analysis, but we don't have like a clear, like quasi-experimental design here. Similarly, but slightly different, in India, we see that like self-help group members themselves, there are no effects, what we see, of like self-help group membership on food insecurity after the crisis. But at the same time, like households in the communities that live in the same place as self-help group members like are experiencing like smaller increases in food insecurity after the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's very likely because self-help groups were engaging like in community kitchens, for example, and all kinds of activities through collective action in the villages. So you can well imagine that like with the climate crisis, which is of course like a very different crisis than the COVID-19 pandemic, like we do have like different hypotheses about what savings groups can achieve than in the absence of crisis. So we worked in like Nigeria with the World Bank and the Nigerian government. This is a like government-supported program at this point through like a large loan of the World Bank of like a relatively modest loan still at this point, like $100 million, which is like slightly more than 300,000 households at this point in time. But the program is at this moment, like it's in the process of being scaled up through a $500 million loan from the World Bank. So we're moving really like into like 30 of the 33 states in Nigeria. We're not talking about small scale programs. So that also made it more challenging to like implement a randomized control trial. Like local government areas, which like is an administrative unit in Nigeria, were already selected before the start of the program, before we came on board. So like we conduct the quasi-experimental design with a difference in difference analysis instead. This is like a pilot phase. Local government areas are large, so we're not speaking about like, even when we're speaking about 18 local government areas in the treatment group and 72 in the comparison group, we're not speaking about a small pilot. We're speaking about a pilot across 6 states in Nigeria, across all the agroclimatological zones. Ultimately, we're like using 1,370 or 1,370 households in the treatment group, which we selected based on a census, combined with a matching approach in like all of the local government areas. And we're comparing those with like 72 local government areas comprised of like 5,513 comparison households. Not going to go into this, but we're also conducting an impact evaluation at the group level. So we're comparing like more formalized groups in the treatment group to informal groups in the comparison group, which like to our knowledge like hasn't been done with such a large sample size. But we're not going to speak about that today. I think for many of you this is very familiar, so I'm not going to speak about the details, but essentially we're comparing changes in outcomes over time between the treatment and the comparison group. Need to be a bit careful here, because we came on board like after the program had already started for a short period of time. So in some cases, we actually were like when we expect impacts like in the really short term, we're actually not using a difference in difference approach. We're actually controlling for like a whole bunch of variables, and we're collecting recall data also on like savings, credit, women's labor force participation before the start of the program. All kinds of data that you expect like women as well as men can credibly answer. And not like consumption data for which we have to really, but we're also assuming that like, given that the program only ran for a short amount of time, that like some longer term outcomes in the theory of change actually don't change like in that period that we were not on board yet. So I'm going to like quickly, but like still go through some of the findings before speaking about climate change. So the very first basic thing that you want to see happen is that these groups actually lead to increases in financial inclusion. It's not on this slide, but we also find effects on access to credit. Women in the treatment group are substantially, like pretty sizable effects, and like also like they are more likely to have loans, larger amounts of loans. But in addition to that, we also find like effects on savings, and specifically, of course, in women's affinity groups, as they are called. These are the groups as they are like implemented by the Nigerian government in these 6 states. Important to keep in mind though, like this program is not operating at a vacuum. like there were all kinds of things happening in the comparison group as well as in the treatment group before the start of the program. So it's not sufficient to actually like identify the effects of the program on savings in women's affinity groups and then assume that there are no other groups, which like some like literature on savings groups and self-help groups actually does. So we're also examining substitution effects here. So we're actually finding that other groups, savings in other groups, like informal groups, like those reduce like in the treatment group relative to the comparison group, but the increases in the women's affinity group savings are like substantially larger with over 15,000 Nigerian naira and about 6,000 decreases in the comparison group in other groups. So we find like pretty like sizable effects on like savings in groups, and also if you look at the net effect. And in addition to that, like we didn't find these effects necessarily like during the baseline. We didn't find major differences in asset ownership between the treatment and the comparison group at that point in time. And remember, when I'm saying baseline, I'm still speaking about like a program that had started for a short period of time. But at midline, we start to see some effects on asset ownership, and that's as expected. Like we find, like the theory of change suggests that self-help groups and savings groups, like after initial increases in financial inclusion, they start having effects on asset ownership. Important point to keep in mind here, if you look at the literature on India, as well as in many places in Sub-Saharan Africa, you see that asset ownership is generally measured at the household level. We're doing two types of measures of asset ownership here. We're measuring asset ownership at the individual level for women, and we're measuring impacts at the household level. And we're asking women whether they own assets solely, whether they own the assets jointly. Not easy to do. Like like you need to train enumerators well to like actually like get reliable answers to such kinds of questions. But important, like the theory of change doesn't necessarily suggest that households' assets increase when you focus on women. In the first place, you expect that women's savings groups like start having like effects on women's asset ownership specifically. And we see some indications of that. I say indications because it's not like uniform. Like you see that there are no effects on like large livestock, small livestock. There are effects on non-mechanized farm equipment, non-farm business equipment, and on land ownership. And like we're not having recall data here, but we're controlling for household level asset ownership at baseline because we're only like for time and resource constraints, we're only collecting recall data at the household level. But still, like we're using an ANCOVA approach here where we control for those variables. And then we still continue to see these effects. In addition to that, again, we're not seeing this at baseline, but we're seeing this at midline, like after 2.5 years of program implementation, we start seeing effects on women's labor force participation. And those labor force participation, like effects are pretty small, but they're also like, this is not shown on this slide, but like we see like some important patterns here where women primarily start increasing their labor force participation when it comes to livestock rearing and own crop production. So like the effects of 0.4 percentage points that you see here like are substantially larger for those categories. And we also see that the number of income generating activities goes up. As expected, like given the literature, like on short-term versus medium-term versus long-term effects of self-help groups and savings groups, this point in time, no effects on consumption. Like we're showing food consumption effects here. We're also not seeing effects on other consumption categories, also not on total consumption, not on consumption per capita. So like, I just want to mention this, like, this is also why we're going to focus on asset ownership primarily. When it comes to women's agency, like we're finding some effects using like Women's Empowerment and Agriculture Index, like project level index for that, like which is a standardized tool. We're finding effects on like women's leadership, but we need to be a bit cautious in interpreting this because women's leadership is essentially like essential to the intervention. Women's leadership includes questions about, are you a member of groups? So if like the fact that we're finding effects on that kind of women's agency and not on like decisions about credit or an income suggests like, yes, the program is doing what it's supposed to do. We're finding some effects like group membership is higher in the treatment group and the comparison group, but those effects on women's agency and leadership don't translate necessarily to other domains in the households. Like there's some mixed evidence on women's agency and self-help groups and savings groups. Like I think like my general perception is that most programs tend to show some effects, but the effects tend to be relatively small, and it's not really clear also like whether these measurements are still as good as they should be, and the measurements are also relatively inconsistent. So this is about the average effects. Like this is to present you some context before I start speaking about like how do climate shocks influence the effects of the NFWP. Keep in mind here, like at the end of the day, we're finding some effects on asset ownership here, but only on some assets. For that, and this is like where my title of my plenary comes from, this is about combining remote sensing with survey data. And this is something that I'm still learning a lot about at this point in time. We're using GPS data from the households to merge survey data with like climate data, and like there's basically like a 5-kilometer range around the households where you can like reliably infer like climate data, both on like temperature, rainfall, and also the standardized precipitation evapotranspiration index, a really like mouthful over here. This essentially is like a combination of water falling from the air, water that evaporates, and water that transpires. And like climate scientists, my understanding is that the consensus is that this index is slightly better because it actually takes into consideration temperature changes through climate change more so than some of the other indexes. Importantly, that like this is highly correlated like with like a rainfall index, like which basically measures wetness from the climate hazards group infrared precipitation with station data, which is like more a satellite-derived measure of rainfall. And we can merge both of these data sets actually with our survey data. We're also asking questions to the households about their perceptions of climate change. We're only doing this at the midline data because then we started getting the idea about like we need to do something with climate resilience, so we don't have baseline data on these measures. But what we see is like these households like give like perceptions that are correlated with these proxies of droughts. So like households that say like that has become much hotter, that's actually like correlated positively. Like you should read this a negative coefficient as positive, like given like the way the scale is measured. So households that say that it has become much hotter, they also live in areas where in the 3 months before the survey, like basically during the last agricultural season, this proxy of drought was actually like also like given an indication of drought. I want to give two nuances here though. 2023, when this survey took place, like at the end of 2023, was a relatively mild year for Nigeria. According to FuseNet data, some of my colleagues over here are managing the FuseNet, like for USAID. So when we say this, like, it's not necessarily the case that there have been that many droughts. A second point here is though that Nigeria also experienced the worst inflation in like 30 years in 2023. So any shock in terms of like that comes close to a drought is still like compounded by also like additional like shocks related to inflation and other economic crises. So like even if the shock is relatively mild and we're not having like a drought or a flood, that doesn't necessarily mean that households can merging these survey data that we have, and we're merging those with variables. Like it's not like a comparison with averages at this point in time. We're using like a shock variable that may have come expected for households so they may change their behavior in anticipation of these shocks. So knowing this, we still find that the program actually has like larger effects on savings when the weather is relatively moderate. When I say relatively moderate, that's according to like standardized like thresholds that are used, both for wetness and for drought. So we're finding like larger effects on savings in like relatively normal, moderate like temperatures. We're finding like an opposite effect on like loans, actually. And like important to keep in mind here, so like there's something going on with financial inclusion here that's slightly different. And we're not entirely sure why that is the case. But like you would expect that households just continue saving over time and like when they are not facing like unexpected shocks. We're also, and we're not showing that here, we're comparing the rainfall in the last year with the rainfall in the last 10 years to like have a measure of like unexpected shocks. And we're finding like pretty similar patterns here where like, but actually somewhat unexpectedly, the more rainfall, the higher the effects are on savings and credit of savings groups. So what does that actually mean when we're thinking about these savings? Like households continue saving in like relatively moderate weather. So that means they might not be purchasing assets or might not need to purchase assets. Like thinking back about some of the literature I showed initially, like households tend to sell some of their assets. That partially compensates for like shocks in these areas. So what we see, like we see an opposite relationship for savings as for sole asset ownership in particular here, where like the NFWP in normal moderate weather actually has smaller effects on asset ownership, and we see statistically significant effects on asset ownerships when the weather is like less moderate. That hold both for droughts and for floods. I want to be very careful here though, like we're not having a really good measure of floods. Like the measure of drought we're using like is pretty good, but we're losing a lot of sample size if we're not combining these two shocks. So we're combining them as like a measure of like pretty like different weather or like more extreme weather in these kinds of cases, and we're finding like similar relationships, like we're finding like similar coefficients for like more moderate weather when it comes, or more extreme weather when it comes to wetness, and more extreme weather when it comes to droughts. And like keep in mind, like most of the literature only measures asset ownership at the household level. Here, we're only finding these effects for sole asset ownership of women. We're not finding the same effects when it comes to like joint asset ownership. So one thing that might be going on here is that women actually like, they are like protecting some of their own assets. They're not necessarily protecting the assets in the household. And like the savings group essentially gives them the opportunity to protect some of their own assets, but not necessarily the assets that their husband has, or because the husband doesn't have like necessarily access to savings. Of course, that's like somewhat speculative. We don't know whether that's the case, and I think we need to run some more analysis on pathways here, and like this is where our research is somewhat preliminary at this point in time. We also ask, like, what do you actually do when a shock hits, like when there is a drought? And I want to give like one finding here. Like what we saw earlier, you remember probably that we found effects on some assets, but not on all assets at the individual level. We didn't find average effects on livestock. I didn't show that in the previous slides, but when you look at the heterogeneous effects for asset ownership, those are almost exclusively driven by livestock. So women are not just like protecting like an asset, they're protecting, like, for example, the fact that they can raise poultry and like that they like can have some cattle, primarily like smaller livestock, such as poultry, which is to be expected because women have smaller livestock generally in these settings, and that's the assets that they protect here. And like what we see then is that like also keep in mind women's labor force participation, pretty like even like that we're seeing like results. And importantly, like we see these effects only on women's sole asset ownership, where the effects are heterogeneous and not on like joint asset ownership. I haven't run the effects yet for the household level asset ownership at this point in time. ultimately, aside like the effects of savings groups and like, ultimately, like what we can see here is that remote sensing data like can be combined, sizable sample size here with like more than 7,000 households that we're speaking about here. So like, I don't think this is necessarily feasible with like smaller scale impact evaluations. Same time, keep in mind, like our number of clusters is relatively small. So that also means our standard errors go up quite considerably. So even if we have a large sample size, the number of clusters is still relatively small. But we do see like these effects that like interact like months, that's like an easy question, and like probably we have good reliable data there and we use standardized approaches. It's very different when it comes to like variables like women's agency, and even like for the relatively easy questions, there are lots of nuances to be taken into consideration. Excellent questions, thank you so much.
Thank you. Give him a hand, please. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I think we are done. You can take your seat. I think a good study is one that raises more questions than answers, one that will get us to thinking. I think we've come to the end of session 1. We now want to go for our lunch. We experienced an economic shock between the exhibition and this program. We overran our time by 20 minutes. Now we want to be resilient. How are we going to be resilient? Is to try and recover the time, okay? So time now is 13 hours GMT. Do we come back at 13:45 so that we try and recover the 15 minutes? That will show us that we are truly being resilient. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 1:45. Thank you. Give the MC a hand, please. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Porty, the Director of the Statistical Socio-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Forty, the Director of the Super Status Quo Socio-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Sub-Saharan Social-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having an adverse impact, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Statistical, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Statistical, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Porty, the Director of the Civil Statistical Socio-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or in climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the third one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Status Quo Socio-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Porty, the Director of the Institute for Statistical, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Institute of Statistical, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference, with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at
think as we wait for the team to set up the chairs, can we all stand, please? Thank you. Someone is sighing that I've asked them to stand. I think we are going to do a small exercise just to ensure that we don't slip. Can everybody do this? Okay? Everybody, try. Thank you. So this is 1. Try 1. 1. Plus. Yeah, give it a plus sign. This is multiplication. This is plus. Yes. So 1 plus 1 equals 2. Yes. So we do it faster. Let's go. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Do we try 2? Yes. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4. Chair, yes. We try 4? Yes, 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 is easy. Thank you. We can take our seats. So we want to start the session 2 for the afternoon. If we can settle, and our moderator for the afternoon session on intersectionality and climate justice in Sub-Saharan Africa, his name is O. Ngom. He said that if you cannot get his name right, just call him O. O. Ngom is the program officer, Gender Equity and Governance, Hellwit Foundation. Welcome, O. Give him a hand, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think the MC made my day easier by just going through this exercise after lunch. So we're going to make sure to keep everyone up until the end of the session. So I wanted to start by saying thank you and congratulations to all partners, including ISD, ISER, and others who worked hand in hand to get us to this wonderful day. So thank you and congratulations. Welcome to our panel discussion on intersectionality and climate justice in Sub-Saharan Africa. My name is O, as he said, but the complete name is Usainu Ngom, and I'm a program officer on gender equity and governance at the Hewlett Foundation. And I have the honor of moderating today's important conversation. As we gather here today, we are reminded that the climate crisis is not just an environmental issue, but a profound social justice issue. It affects all of us, but as we've seen through the previous presentation, it does not affect us equally. The impacts of climate change and the effect of climate change are deeply intertwined with social identities such as ethnicity, race, gender, socioeconomic status, and more. So those intersections shape how individuals and communities experience climate change and determine their capacity to respond to its challenges. Our objective today is to delve into those intersections and explore how they can inform more equitable climate solutions. We will discuss how understanding the unique vulnerabilities and strengths of different social groups can lead to more inclusive and effective climate action. By embracing an intersectional approach, we can ensure that our responses to climate change do not exacerbate existing inequalities, but instead promote justice and equity. Secondly, we will examine mobilization strategies that recognize the interconnectedness of justice issues across individuals and institutions. This involves understanding how climate justice is linked to other social justice movements, and also how we can leverage these connections to build stronger and more resilient communities. Finally, we will identify opportunities for collaboration between various stakeholders, because addressing climate change through an intersectional lens requires the collective effort of government, NGOs, private sector, and local communities. Our goal is to pinpoint actionable steps and foster partnerships that can drive meaningful progress in Sub-Saharan Africa. I am thrilled to have a distinguished panel of experts with us today, each bringing unique insights and experiences to this wonderful conversation. So their expertise will help us navigate the complexities of intersectionality and climate justice and uncover practical solutions for more equitable future, particularly for the Sub-Saharan Africa region. Without further ado, let's begin our discussion. But I would like to start by introducing our distinguished panelists. Today we have Professor Nana Ama Brown-Klutse. I don't know if she is in the room, but we're hoping that she could join us. She is Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. She is a Senior Lecturer at the Department of Physics, University of Ghana, Legon. And she is a Fellow of African Institute of Mathematics and Science, the Next Einstein Initiative on Women and Climate Change Science. And she was a Senior Research Scientist at the Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute for Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. I guess she is not there, but never mind, we have other amazing profiles in the panel today. One of them is Dr. Joseph Asunka, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Afrobarometer. So as you know, Afrobarometer is a Pan-African non-partisan survey research network that conducts public attitude survey on democracy, governance, economy, society, but more importantly, on climate change and environment. So Afrobarometer is considered as the world's leading sources of high quality data on what Africans are thinking. Dr. Asunka was previously a program officer in the Global Development and Population Program at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, where I work actually. And then he was also a lecturer on political science at the University of California in Los Angeles. So please, Dr. Asunka, join us. We also have Professor Zach Guido, who is an assistant professor at the Arizona Institute of Resilience, AIR, and School of Natural Resources and Environment, where he leads research initiatives on resilience. Professor Guido's research focuses on climate impact, the socio-environmental determinants of vulnerability and resilience, how people adapt to and cope with environmental stresses, and the role of weather and climate information in decision-making. Professor Guido's active research project cover regions like the US, Caribbean, and Africa. So, Prof. Guido, feel free to join us. And last but not least, we have the great Dr. Howard White, who is the Director of Evaluation and Evidence Synthesis at the Global Development Network. He has been the CEO of the Campbell Collaboration, where he led innovations to support evidence use in decision-making. He was also the founding executive director of the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, called 3IE, and he led impact evaluation program of the World Bank's Independent Evaluation Group. He was managing editor of the Journal of Development and of Development Studies and founding manager editor of the Journal of Development Effectiveness. Dr. White, join us, please. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us and for making the time to discuss this very important topic. So let's dive into this critical conversation. First of all, I want to give the floor to Dr. Joseph Asunke. So, Dr. Asunke, can you explain how intersectionality could help us understand the complexities of climate justice, particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa? And when you do that, how do you think various social identities such as ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, and more intersect to impact vulnerability to climate change in the region?
Okay. All right. Thanks so much, Useno, and thank you so much to the team for inviting me to this event. I'm really grateful. As Useno mentioned, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer is based here in Ghana, but we operate in about 42 countries across the continent. And our focus is on public attitudes and experiences of different issues, and climate change is certainly a critical part of it. So in all the 42 countries that we work, we ask people about their experiences of different issues, governance, the economy, and then climate change. So I'm here mainly to talk about that. To your question about how we understand intersectionality and, especially how it intersects with climate change and interventions, I think I'll start by saying that in our daily lives, we all practice intersectionality. I think if we did not, the world would be a different place. Just assuming that you have a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 25-year-old. Now, that's your children. And every day what you do is prepare, say, a fish for them. The 2-year-old, the 11-year-old, the 25-year-old. And assuming the 11-year-old is a vegetarian. But what you do is every day you give them fish, and just put it down there, you provide them the food, go ahead and eat. You can see that there will be a problem there because it's not a matter of providing the food. The 2-year-old may not be able to eat this fish the way you've just placed in front of him or her. The 11-year-old may not eat it because he is a vegetarian. And maybe the 25-year-old is the one who will eat all the food. In that particular case, this example just shows us that when we are making decisions about anything, we need to take into account the fact that people come with different identities and different backgrounds. And how you tailor something to people in different backgrounds matters a lot. Of course, this building was constructed, and I intentionally used the ramp here because previously when we constructed buildings, especially in Ghana and parts of Africa, nobody cared about people in wheelchairs. So you could come into this room and all that you have is the stairs coming up. If you came in with a wheelchair, nobody gives you access to the podium here. And that is intrinsically intersectionality. So I know it is part of us. Every day we practice intersectionality. But sometimes when we talk about it, it looks like it's a foreign thing that we are now trying to introduce. And I want us to disabuse our minds about that because intersectionality is something we do consciously every day. And when it comes to policy making, when people talk about intersectionality, sometimes it looks like somebody else or a researcher is trying to introduce a foreign concept to us and then pushing us to do something that we are not used to. But I don't think that is the case. We all do it. As I said, you give food to your kids, you give food to your pets, you figure out the best way to tailor it so that they can all benefit from it. And so when it comes to climate change, of course, climate change, as you rightly pointed out in your opening remarks, it does not affect all of us uniformly. And that is the main reason that Afrobarometer conducts these surveys, to understand how do different communities experience climate change. And if we are to enact climate change policies, what should we be mindful of, given that the effects of climate change is not uniform across different categories? So take, for example, if you talk about a poor woman in a rural community, the way climate change will impact that person will be very different than a rich man living in the city. One reason being that somebody living in the city, it probably has more resources to cope. And I was listening to the last presentation just before this, the lunch break, which made the case of vulnerability and assets availability to different groups. And so the ability to have resources to cope is very critical. But the question is, if you are developing a climate policy, what does that mean? How do you take into account the fact that how climate change affects somebody in the rural areas might be different from people in the city? Maybe the final point to make on this question is, in several indigenous communities across Africa, there are ways in which people can actually identify how to address, and they have been practicing this for years and years, and they know how to use traditional methods to reverse or at least mitigate climate change. And so by taking an intersectional lens, one, it makes sure that we are able to identify their unique needs, how they depend on the environment for their livelihoods, but also gives us the opportunity to learn from them. Like, how do you go about making sure that climate change can be mitigated in your community? And you can only get that by taking an intersectional lens, that we know that there are different communities and that climate change will impact them differently. I know several communities from my own hometown, but also recently I was in Nairobi and in Kenya, and there's a community that actually uses indigenous methods to address climate change. And so it's not just a matter of making sure that policies do serve people as equitably as possible, but that their own experiences and the way they tackle climate change can be used to inform any policy decisions that we make, especially at the government level. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asunka, for reminding us how intersectionality is part of our daily life. So that was so powerful. I want to come to Dr. Guido. So Joe touched a bit to the importance of evidence to help us understand climate change and its effects. So I would like us to discuss how or what are actually the different sources of evidence that we can use to, let's say, improve our understanding of climate change and its effects on people. And why, when doing that, could you also share a bit about some great avenues through which we can bring that evidence to decision makers? Basically, how can we move from evidence to action in climate change?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, O, and thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me. It's really quite a privilege to be here and learn from all of you, so I look forward to the next couple days. So I'll answer that question in a little bit, but I'm going to get there. Just to introduce myself a little bit more, I'm a research faculty at the University of Arizona, which is in southwest Arizona. It's been 40 degrees Celsius there for like 2 months, so I'm happy to be here. No humidity, though. For about 15 years or so, pretty much my entire career, I've worked at the intersection of climate science and decision making. And specifically, I focused on the use of technical information on decision making. So that technical information can take a lot of forms. It can be vulnerability analyses. It can be risk perception. For me, it's been a lot about weather and climate forecasts. And so that's the lens through which I'm going to answer this question. It's thinking about how we might bring technical information, which isn't the only source of information, to bear on important sort of resilience management, risk management, and resilience improving activities. And in that context, I would say that there has been a great expectation placed on the value of technical information. You know, recently, I think last year, or maybe it was at the end of the year before, you know, the World Meteorological Organization began an initiative with a whole bunch of partners to bring early warning, to develop early warning systems globally, or to have early warning systems in place that bring alert messages and other kinds of climate weather information for everybody. They call it early warning for all. So the expectation continues, and I would say as a researcher, I'm always sort of at one time optimistic and at one time critical. In my critical hat, I think the expectations have not been met yet at what the value of that information can do, and I think that's optimistic in the sense that there's a lot more work to be done. Now, to be sure, there is a lot of good examples like anticipatory action, forecast-based financing, you know, weather forecasts and climate forecasts for water management or fire management. There are certainly a lot of good examples. A lot of the better ones that I've seen are at higher levels, sort of institutional levels, and less so at individual levels. Like, let's say, small-scale farming, for example, to which a lot of the information is at least argued that this is where a lot of the benefit can come. And this can happen for a variety of reasons. It's really not straightforward to connect information to decision makers. It's quite complicated. Part of the reasons are, at least in the weather and climate information, the information tends to be technical and mathematical based, like weather forecasts, climate forecasts are often expressed in probabilities, and you know, it's hard to understand probabilities. This is something that is experienced globally. You know, many people also have their own ways of knowing the future or forecasting the future. So technical information, again, as I mentioned before, is just one element of it. You know, and importantly, the information is often, I don't know if you have the expression here, but black boxes. Like, you don't really know what the models are saying. And it asks a lot of people to trust the message and the messenger. And I think that can be challenging at times. So, you know, really and I'm getting to the answer. So you have to take data, which is unstructured. You have to convert it to information, which is structured and interpretable. And then you have to create meaning out of that, and that's derived through experience. So one of the ways that, and this is, I think, answering your question, what are the ways at which we can bring information or knowledge, to create information into knowledge and move it into better connection with decision makers? And so, without being too simplistic here, there's a couple ingredients that I think are really important, and this gets to the heart of something that you said in intersectionality. And the first ingredient is interaction and dialogue. We have to understand the context in which the information is embedded, and the best examples that I've seen are able to tailor the technical information for specific decision makers, be them certain groups, be them men, be them women, be them export farmers, be them subsistence farmers. And importantly, that interaction has to be, doesn't have to be, but oftentimes it's best if it's a routine dialogue. And that helps to create trust and really, like, understand the context. It takes a concerted effort and a long time. So I would just say that one of the ways that I think are most successful is to have a knowledge production sort of model, one that is built on interaction. And I don't think, you know, we're going to be able to big data out of the challenges or use artificial intelligence in ways to overcome all of the challenges that are about really, at its essence, about understanding people and understanding the ways that information itself can fit within their realities. So there's others, but with just a couple minutes, I think I'll end there.
Thank you, Dr. Guido. I mean, it's amazing the way that you demonstrated that the most important avenues to get evidence to decision makers is to think about, one, interoperability. Second is how to simplify that data and evidence so it's accessible to them. And then most importantly, how a trust-based relationship between evidence producers and policymakers is important to make this happen. So I know that, Dr. Asunka, this is music to your eyes, but I will get back to you later on that specific question. So let me turn it to Dr. Howard White. Welcome again, Dr. White. So from a conversation that we had back in the time, I really understood that you were a firm believer in locally grown solutions that are produced by communities to cope with the effects of climate change. So what I would like to understand from you is, what are the strategies that are effective in engaging diverse communities in climate action in Sub-Saharan Africa? And how can the global community support these efforts and make sure that the voices of marginalized communities are heard?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm going to stand up to answer. We're in the session after lunch, and I call this for dead zone. You all had a very big lunch, and you all come back and you just want to sleep. So I suggest you all stand up, please. Everyone stand up, just to remind yourselves, oh, we're meant to be listening and awake, and then sit down again, just to remind yourself. So I do have a couple of slides. There they are. Okay, we're coming to that. Thank you. All right. So I work with research groups. You can sit down now, Hugh. I work with research groups in India and China, and then here in Ghana with Iceland in groups in Uganda as well. We're coming to this. Don't worry about that yet. Okay? And recently, the research group in Delhi did a review of the literature on the effectiveness of ECO-DOR. ECO-DOR is ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. And that's a form of climate change adaptation. So ECO-DOR are ecosystem-based approaches to adapting to climate change. And in looking at disaster risk reduction, you can create infrastructure that's either grey or green infrastructure. I'll explain that in a second, a little bit now. So green infrastructure is stuff that is made out of natural stuff. So it could include sand dunes, drainage ditches, and so on. But a subset of green infrastructure is nature-based solutions. So these are types of disaster risk reduction that occur naturally in the environment. Now, we heard this morning a couple of times that speakers mentioned about flooding, and particularly coastal flooding, which is a big problem here in Ghana. I found a paper that said between 2005 and 2017, so over a 12-year period, about a third of coastal lands have been lost to flooding and erosion. So an enormous effect. The Ghanaians will know that 3 years ago, the Kita district had a big flood and 4,000 people were displaced by this flooding. So coastal flooding is a big problem. Now, let's look at this map. I love this map. I don't know if it's deliberate, because here you've got a map of the world, but actually you've got a map of Africa and Asia, okay? Bit of South America, North America, it's gone. Okay, so back in the day when Europeans thought they were like going out and exploring the world, they would do a map like this bit, and then they'd just say, we don't know what's there. They'd say, oh, there be monsters. Okay, so in this map, you've got, okay, here's the world, and yeah, we don't really know what's there, but I just make it. I come from here. Okay, I'm just on the map. Okay, so I come from the Thames estuary. And for a town called Southend, which is known to have a beachfront, a long beachfront. But what it's actually got is a 7-mile seawall. So Southend's a 7-mile seawall. When I was a little boy, I used to go and jump off the seawall onto the beach, because that's what sort of thing children do. We'd find the highest bit of seawall and jump off it. So a massive, long seawall. So that's an example of grey infrastructure. So the seawall exists in Southend to stop the coast getting eroded by the sea. You can do it in other ways. So mangroves. So in this map here, we see a lot of mangroves. The green dots are mangroves. And mangroves are shown, there's studies showing this, that mangroves reduce the storm surge, the sea surge, when you get high high tides, high waves, the storm surge is substantially reduced by having mangroves, and therefore that reduces the risk of flooding and erosion. Mangroves are very effective at reducing flooding and erosion, inland flooding and erosion that happens. And Ghana's got a lot of mangroves, as you can see. But the problem is that, it's gone, that I found a paper on this is where this map comes from, and there are 72 square kilometres of mangrove groves along the coast in Ghana. 72 may not sound a lot, but most mangrove groves on the seafront are like 100 metres depth in most, so that's 720 kilometres seafront covered by mangroves. There's a lot of mango trees. But so 72 kilometres squared, but the rate of reduction is 8 kilometres squared per year. So you're losing over 1/10 of the mangroves every year. Okay, so you've got a nature-based solution to reduce the coastal flooding, but actually it's being destroyed. So that's clearly a problem. So this is an example of a nature-based solution. It's something that happens naturally in nature with these mangroves. You can support nature-based solutions by going out and planting more of these mangroves and stop cutting them down. So I found another paper again from Ghana, was talking about cocoa farmers. So they're up here in Ashanti, the cocoa farmers, and looking at nature-based solutions to climate change. And the main thing is basically tree cover. So farmers practicing improved tree cover to protect the cocoa crop during heavy rainfall or from greater degrees of sunshine. And the other thing they do is they exchange knowledge with each other. They exchange knowledge between farmers. What are you doing in response to these changes we're seeing in the climate? What seems to work? So there's an important distinction between ITEC and SEC. ITEC is indigenous technical ecological knowledge, indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge, ITEC. Then you've got SEC, which is scientific ecological knowledge. So the ITEC, the indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge, sits, of course, with the farmers and communities and so on, whereas the SEC tends to come from outside. And SEC tends to get the upper hand. So we move now to Kenya. There are activist groups amongst the Maasai trying to protect the Mau Forest Complex. And the Mau Forest Complex is very important in terms of water management. So if you use forests to protect the water reserve, then you get better water quality and you can control the flow of that water downstream. But that's not what's happening. What's happening instead is SEC-based solutions that come in and do dams and other water supply measures like water treatment plants are being used rather than relying on the nature-based solution of just using forest reserves to act as the reserve where you control and the quality and quantity of water that flows down. So where's intersectionality come into this? It comes in two ways, two types of bias. The first bias is the privileging SEC over ITEC. Okay, and that is mediated a lot through donor projects. So we heard this morning about, the Ghana's ecological plan, environmental plan, has community-based solutions. Actually, if you read the plan, what it has is that communities are allowed to take part in externally exposed solutions. There's far less about community-identified solutions, far less about drawing an ITEC rather than using SEC to have, here's what you need to do, you need to follow this approach. And this is driven a lot by external donors. And so you've got to push back as a government against agencies working climate change, push back against donors in and saying, I should do this, should do that. We're focused very much on grey infrastructure rather than green infrastructure, and a focus on SEC rather than ITEC. The second way in which this works, the second part of intersectionality, is the bias against local researchers. So one thing we've done when I was at Campbell, we did what we called country evaluation maps. The first one we did was done by Tim McCary in Uganda, and what the country evaluation map does is find all the existing evaluation development interventions in the country and puts them in what we call an evidence and gap map. And in the case of Uganda, the most recent version, which was actually supported by AER, has over 600 studies in it, and of those you'll find only a third actually involve Ugandan evaluators. So 2/3 are done without any Ugandan evaluators involved. We did a country evaluation map for Ghana a few years ago now with researchers here at ISA, and it's not quite this. Checked it yesterday. There are 350 studies, which 150 had no Ghanaian researchers or evaluators involved. the 50 wasn't stated. So around 2/3 probably had no Ghanaian evaluators involved in evaluations of programs here in Ghana. So this is not unusual, okay? This is development partners actually doing things that are biased against using local research and evaluation capacity. We talk about lack of capacity, but actually we're not using that capacity. The fact is that despite the talk about development partners and having equal relationships and so on, so you have things like the Accra Agenda for Action, which followed on from the Paris Declaration. Despite talk about, oh, we believe in partnership and so on, donors don't actually mean it. I gave a talk at the World Bank Evaluation Department earlier this year, which was very much on this theme, and documented through the history of aid, it's something I used to work on. The history of aid had always been donors exerting their control over aid programs, even though the programs take place in developing countries. And so actually a review last year by the DAC on evaluations said actually country involvement is limited to what I call making the tea and driving the cars. I mean, they might be involved in data collection, but actually substantive engagement of local evaluators in evaluations commissioned by development agencies in developed countries north is actually very limited. So what I called for, and I'm calling for now, is to supplement the SDG 17 targets, which is about partnership, with a new set of indicators related specifically to research and evaluation that say, let's make sure that research and evaluation in Africa is led by African researchers. And you do that by making sure the funding goes to African organizations and the funding mechanisms are through African organizations. So the first of these is the percent of research and evaluation contracts require having a developed country researcher. So you want that to be 0. So earlier this year, a colleague in Uganda approached me to say, can we apply for this IDRC grant? But this grant to do research in Uganda to include researchers from Canada. They're not even on the map, okay? We want to do research here in Uganda, but you've got to include people from over here in your research proposal. So that's the sort of thing we see where the aid is effectively tied to using capacity from the developed countries. So we want that to be 0. And then we want the research in evaluation contracts to go through local organizations. So UNIT should give the money to ICE, it should give the money to ISA, and so on, and they can contract international organizations, international research, if they want to do so. It's not that international researchers, people like myself or Michael and his colleagues, can't be involved. They can, but they should be requested by the local organization who's actually managing the money. And then it's the percent of projects that are led by developing country researchers. So just to finish on that, let's just go back home again. So when you get to the end of a seawall, you go up the river towards London, you get to the end of a seawall, then the seawall ends because you get to a place called Lee where there are marshes. You've got Lee marshes, then Benfleet marshes, and the marshes act as a natural protection. It's an NBA, a natural base system to protect flooding coming in because you've got the marshes there. And just beyond Benfleet Marsh, you've got Canvey Island. There's an island out there. It's reclaimed land. Canvey Island is reclaimed land. And it's reclaimed in the 1600s. And when the people of Essex, where I come from, the county I come from, people of Essex wanted to reclaim the land in Canvey Island, they went to the Dutch, because the Dutch, most of Netherlands has reclaimed land, said, can you come and give us technical assistance in how to reclaim this land? There's nothing wrong with technical assistance, but it should be demanded by the people in charge of the work. So give the research funding to African institutions. If they feel the need for additional expertise, they can go and buy it in the market from developed country researchers. It shouldn't be the developed country researchers get the money so they can impose themselves on developing country research teams, say, oh, we're going to hire you to make the tea and drive the cars, and we'll do the substantive research. That model was the reality for the last 40 years, and it's what leads to the marginalization of local knowledge and the marginalization of local research capacity. So what should donors do, what can agencies do, is to start to empower local research capacity and local knowledge by working with local research groups. Thank you.
That was powerful. Thank you, Dr. White, for emphasizing on how local knowledge could lead to more effective action in tackling the climate change issue, and how we can get there by mobilizing and moving more resources to local organizations to actually collect that information, analyze it, and making it available. I know that this is something that Dr. Asunka's organization is doing. As you know, Afrobarometer, the organization that he leads, produces and disseminates high-quality survey data and analysis on African attitudes, experiences, and aspirations. And my sense is your survey that is covering now 42 countries has a module on climate change and environment. So I just wanted you to share with the audience what ordinary Africans are thinking about climate change.
All right, thank you so much for that, and thanks to the two speakers. I think when I was listening to you, it started to drop into my mind that there are some questions that we could be asking African citizens that can help to illuminate some of the issues that you've raised here. Really, really grateful. But for Afrobarometer, well, if I had 3 hours, I could probably present everything about what Africans are thinking about climate change, but I'll mention just 3 of them today and leave the other 50 for next time. The first one is, usually we just ask our respondents what they think about whether or not they are aware of climate change. And what we normally do is we don't change the term climate change. Those who respond in English, we use the word climate change. But in local language, because we often would translate the instrument we use into local languages. So in every country, any language that is spoken by more than 5% of the population, we translate the instrument into those languages, as long as it is written. Of course, in some contexts, some languages may be spoken only, they are not written, but we have language experts who can help with the translation, especially when it comes to field workers. So we ask about whether or not people are aware of climate change. And what we found across 39 countries that we surveyed the last time, barely half of Africans are actually aware of climate change. We had 51% across 39 countries that say they are aware of climate change. So roughly 49% are completely unaware of the phenomenon climate change. The interesting thing is that it cuts across all generations. We had assumed that maybe younger people will be more aware of climate change than older people, but that's not the case. We see that it's almost uniform across the different generations. What matters when it comes to distinctions between who and is also aware of climate change is education and location. So more educated people with post-secondary education tend to be more aware, as well as people who live in urban centers, and that's what makes sense in this particular case. But awareness is not just about knowledge and education or the fact that you live in the cities, but also experience. And so when we look at Malawi and Botswana, Botswana's education levels are way, way better than Malawi. Malawi is one of the least educated countries on the continent. But when it comes to climate change awareness in Malawi is much higher than in Botswana. And so even though education matters, sometimes the experience of the effects of climate change is what actually drives people's awareness of climate change. So just to put it out there that, yes, education matters for being aware, location matters in terms of whether you're in rural or urban areas, but experience is also another critical factor. The second thing I want to mention is just looking at communities whose main occupation is agriculture. It tends to be the case that communities whose main occupation is agriculture is a critical determinant as well. The third result from our study is that we have majority of Africans actually telling us over time, now we've been conducting these surveys, especially over the last 10 years, people increasingly telling us that the severity of floods and droughts have increased over the last 10 years. And that is not surprising. We've all seen how that has been the case. But when we started asking this question, climate change was not really an issue in people's mind. People were completely unaware of it. We started asking it about 10 years ago, and we've seen the proportion of people who say floods and droughts have increased over time, starting to grow. And of course, in the latest round of the survey, we saw it in Malawi. It was way out there, because people did experience some of those cyclones that hit those countries. And the final fact, just to state here, is that the the fact that people in different locations or with different levels of education has different understanding and experiences of climate change reinforces the need for, taking an intersectional approach to climate change mitigation. Because for the most part, citizens see this as an imminent issue, and they have consistently told us that they want their governments to take immediate action. But the last point I want to make is when we asked most of the citizens across these 39 countries that we surveyed, who do you think is should be primarily responsible for mitigating climate change? What we found is that most citizens say it's a shared responsibility among governments, they themselves citizens, and the international community. Often there's always this case that climate change is caused by external actors, so the United States and China and others have developed so much and they have created a mess for the world. But in the eyes of most Africans, they see this as a shared responsibility, even if it means that climate change mitigation might cause some job losses. People are still stand by it, that this should be the case. The only two countries where we see a difference is that in Nigeria, most Nigerians put the blame on international actors. And in Tunisia, most people put it on their government. And so there is that difference, but on average, across all the countries we've surveyed, people feel it is a shared responsibility among the three groups. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Asunka, to highlighting how this is a shared responsibility between different set of stakeholders. So thanks to you and your organization, we now have a clear understanding of what Africans think, what they prioritize, and what they hope for in terms of climate change and the solution to be applied to that issue. We've also heard about the importance of evidence and how to get evidence to policymakers for better action, and then also the central role that actually local knowledge could play to cope with climate change. So I wish we had more time to discuss this because we have a lot to say. But my final question is going to the three of you. So now that we heard all of this, what would your last call would be to government, civil society, private sector, and the global community? Maybe we can start with Prof. Guido and go to Dr. White before going back to Joseph Asunka.
It's a good question. I'm going to broaden it a little bit and say, so when I started, I'm a climate scientist by training, and when I started my PhD 18 or so years ago, it was a field that was dominated by physical scientists. And we've come a long way. And there's much more interdisciplinarity going on, and there's much more focus on social dynamics and the importance of thinking about like whose agendas are being satisfied, to your point, and whatnot. There was sort of a feeling that more information is better and that it leads to better decisions. And I think we've come away from that, and it's now an emphasis on process. So I think what I would say is that and this goes back to what I was saying before, is that process matters, and dialogue and interaction are really important parts of this. Maybe one other final point, since I'm up here, is that I think when it comes to climate adaptation and tools like weather and climate information, there has been a lot more focus on sort of the tangible outcomes, the instrumental outcomes. Does it create a plan? Does it change the amount of crops cultivated? Does it change reservoir management decisions? And much less focus on intangible things like our emotional states, sort of the psychology of it, or our learning, or bringing people together that create collaboration and partnerships. And I just think that in the spirit of like developing evidence, like those things are foundational. And I just haven't seen in my particular field as much of an emphasis on those sorts of dimensions. So I guess I would make a call for more research on that and the focus on process.
I've spent most of my career working in evaluation at different levels and now working systematic reviews, reviewing many, many evaluations. And a lot of projects fail because they have no interest to the people intend to take part in them. And there's lessons there for evaluation design about the need to do formative research evaluation. But the main finding for me is that people from outside make this basic assumption. For economists amongst you might be familiar with Arthur Lewis's model in the 1950s, and the marginal cost of labour in developing countries is zero, because basically people are sitting under trees doing nothing, and so that when you go and give them something to do, that'll be worth more than what they're currently doing. And that theory is just nonsense, yes? Because people are actually busy surviving, have livelihoods where they're actually making a living and trying to keep out of poverty, get their family out of poverty and get their children to school and pay bills and so on and get enough food and all this stuff. So people have livelihood strategies, and if what they're offered through interventions and improvements on that, then they might think about doing it if it's not too risky. But if they see it's not being an improvement, they're just not going to take part. And we see intervention after intervention where people just don't take part because it's not sufficiently interesting to them. Why is this relevant? So the same comes with thinking about responses to climate change adaptation. Are you suggesting doing things that are better than things that people are doing already? And we don't know that because we don't know about what they're doing already because no one bothered to ask them. So the first stage of this, an implication of the research agenda, is to actually go out and properly map and understand the local solutions to climate change adaptation and to map those. And it might turn out some of them are not particularly effective solutions, they're the best they can do under the circumstances. There might be something better that could be done with a bit of external assistance, bit of additional funding, or a bit of collective action or something. But it might be that the things that are being done are the best solution. So the research agenda here is a proper mapping. The same applies in health. You know, in India and in China, there's a lot of now evidence in RCTs and reviews around traditional medicine. You don't have that building up of knowledge here in Africa in the same way. And the same applies to livelihoods in general, but climate change adaptation. What are people doing? We don't have sufficient understanding of that because take an analogy. So the team in Makere, we did a study of women's groups in Uganda, and nearly all the studies were of what we'd call externally funded women's groups, when an NGO comes and makes a women's group. But actually there are a lot of what we call autonomous women's groups, where the women in the villages themselves form groups. These are only studied in master's theses, because master's students would go back to their village and they'd do a study of existing women groups, which were existing groups. They weren't formed by an external actor. So when the agencies come in, they say, oh, we need an NGO to go and mobilize the women to make a group. They're existing groups. We just don't bother going to look for them. So exactly the same thing. We need to understand what people are doing properly. If we understand that, then we can understand where assistance might be needed to facilitate and assist community-based solutions. But until we do that, we'll come with external solutions around the world that prove to fail and costly failures that cost livelihoods.
Dr. Asunka?
All right, so I would have the last word. When it comes to governments, I think the best response would just be listen to your citizens and do what they hope for. As I mentioned, across the 39 countries we surveyed, only 36% of Africans think that their governments are doing a good job in climate change mitigation. And I think a vast majority are concerned that governments are not doing enough, so I hope that governments will listen. And for civil society organizations and advocates, I think being careful how to break down concepts to allow policymakers to understand what you're talking about is very important. Because if you go to tell a policymaker that for climate change, we need to apply an intersectional lens. Well, that sounds sophisticated as an academic or a researcher. Intersectionality, yes, that's great. But what does it mean? And as I mentioned at the beginning, if you don't break it down to the point where somebody can relate to what you're saying, all your advocacy might go waste. And so just really breaking it down, giving simple examples, not to belittle them of their knowledge, but just to make sure that everybody is on the same page, that the concept you are trying to convey can be carried in simple things. And that is so super critical for whatever we do in this particular space.
Thank you to the three of you. That was my last question, but not the last set of questions. Now we're gonna open it up to the audience and take up to 5 questions. Only 5, because we don't want to do harm to you after a very rich lunch. So when you ask a question, feel free to introduce yourself and then direct your question to the whole panel or a member of the panel. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, and thanks to all the presenters. So my name is Robert, and it's a 2-part question to Joseph. Specifically, in the Afrobarometer data, do you see any relation between the adverse experience of people in space and time and the awareness of climate change? And also related to that is whether there are any correlates between age and awareness. Thank you.
I think we could take then answer to go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robertson Kataza. I come from Malawi. I was interested in the awareness statistics. So my expectation was that awareness could be high, but surprisingly, awareness is low. So I was wondering, possibly those that are saying that they are not aware, probably they are climate change pessimists, or they are denying. So I don't know whether they're really not aware or they are denying that climate change does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my honorable presenters. I'm Dr. George T. Fopo, and my question will be addressed to Dr. White. Since you emphasize that indigenous or aboriginal involvement and participation could help to salvage the impact of climate change, looking at intersectionality, are there any recommendations that you can put forth in relation to future planning by our governments? And if so, are you looking at also the gender dynamics that might interplay? Thank you.
In the spirit of intersectionality, can I get a lady, please? A lady question? There is no intersectionality problem here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll wish to align my question with the president. Yeah. And it goes to Dr. White on the development or coming up with the indicators for this. So at what level do you, or who makes the indicators at this point? Are the locals engaged? Because at some point I heard you talk about using the locals, but how about the indicators? Maybe you could speak more about that. Thank you.
Do we take those? Sorry if I missed you.
Thank you. So I think the first question was to you, Dr. Asunka.
All right, thanks so much, and thanks for the questions. As flow facilitator has indicated there's no intersectionality problem there, but I think there's an intersectionality problem here. I've always advocated in different conferences that if I come to a conference and it's only men, I'm not likely to participate, unless we did have Professor Kluche, who is not here, but I'm sure she would have made the difference. So to the organizers, maybe let's be mindful of having manuals as we have today. Hopefully we can correct that. In terms of awareness, yes, from the last round of the survey conducted in 39 countries, if you look across the different generations, so breaking it down between 18 and 25, and those between 26 and 34, and those older than 50, we don't see any difference in awareness at all. It was surprising to us because we initially thought, young people must know, at least must be aware of climate change than the older generations, but that is not the case. We can spin it in different ways and try to explain it, but I do think in many ways it comes with experience. And sometimes, either you can link the experience to the concept or you are completely oblivious about the fact that this is actually the effects of climate change. As our colleague here mentioned, where he comes from, 40 degrees Celsius is like burning heat. Of course, we all know it here when it's in March, April. In Ghana, it's the same thing. The heat is so unbearable, and when there's no power, it makes it even worse. And so that just can build, that experience can make you begin to feel, okay, this thing is real. Okay. And the same way, as I said, adverse effects that impact people's awareness. But the question is, how long will these adverse effects impact people before they get to a point and realize that, okay, this must be the climate change thing they are talking about? It's not clear to our data, in our data set if that is the case. But over time, as we see more and more people saying that droughts and floods have increased, even though they may not link droughts and floods, the severity of it to climate change, over time, they gain the recognition that this may be the result of this animal called climate change in some ways. And for my colleague from Malawi, I don't think they are not necessarily climate deniers or climate pessimists. It may, just as I said, it probably takes some people some time to come to the realization that this thing is real. So when it happens this year and next year you don't feel it, it may be the case that no, this thing is not true. But over time, you condition yourself to the fact that this is probably the effects of climate change. But as I mentioned, Malawi climate change awareness is much, much higher than it is in Botswana, even though Botswana is relatively more educated than in Malawi. All right, so I think those are the questions for me. Thank you all so much, and then I really loved this panel. Thank you.
Dr. White.
Okay, thank you. So, first, I want to correct the impression people might have in saying that we ought to learn from and understand indigenous ecological knowledge, that I somehow might be romanticizing it or trying to say, oh, well, you shouldn't benefit from technological development. We've done that, but you shouldn't do that. So I live in an area of Germany which is very prone to flooding. And if you go around and walk in the countryside, as I do quite a lot, you will see a lot of nature-based solutions. You'll see water meadows, you'll see natural overflow channels that are there, and they're nature-based solutions, and they are the best possible solution. They've been there for centuries, and no one's come along and said, oh, you need to start building some grey infrastructure instead, because they realise the nature-based solution actually is the best way to solve this. In the UK, where I'm from, there's been increased problems of flooding, and one of the main arguments is because you're building in the floodplains. You know these areas are going to flood maybe every 10 years. You shouldn't just don't build there. So you should learn from what people know, that these are not places to build. So the second question I got was about using local people. It's not the sense of using local people in conducting research, but learning from local people about what are the nature-based solutions they adopt and are adopting as climate changes. And so there's an important distinction, I feel, that's known in participatory research, but not known more generally, between empowering research and extractive research. So a lot of the research we do is extractive. We go and collect data from people, and we use that research to publish papers, further our careers, whatever, but they don't get any benefit from it. So our empowering research is research whereby the people you collect the data from also benefit from that. And so a very basic thing would be, if you do an impact evaluation, Robert, you should go back to that community and present the results of the findings of that study to the community members. And that's hardly done, and if you put it in your budget, you'll get kicked out by the funder. Okay? Right? I know
Why are you looking at me?
I can't imagine. Okay, so think about ways in which you can do empowering research. And so this, back to evidence, I meant to stress evidence in my answer. We need evidence about the local solutions, because otherwise we can't properly plan. And that's my answer to the first question, if I understood it correctly. Sorry, apologies if I didn't. It's really a research agenda that's oriented towards building our knowledge base, our evidence of what we have about local solutions. We don't currently have that. And until we do what I'd call the formative research of understanding people's livelihoods and their forms of climate adaptation, we can't deliver appropriate responses rather than top-down scientific ecosystem knowledge driven responses, rather than drawing on indigenous and traditional ecosystem knowledge, which is what we would want to be doing.
All right. Prof. Guido, any final word on any of the questions?
Well, I would just add to that, because I think it's a really important point. And I would add that there's models of research where the research questions themselves are designed in partnership. And I think it's if we want to get to what you're talking about, then developing those partnerships at the beginning and having local participation define what kinds of questions are asked is fundamental to having outcomes that resonate with the places that work is done. So I would just stress that I think that, and there are models there's a whole bunch of problems with that in terms of like the funding, and I think this was raised before with funders wanting proposals that are more explicit. You can't say, well, we'll figure it out. But nonetheless, put that aside, like it's a better way to do research, to actually do it where the research questions emanate from the places.
Yes, please.
So a certain West Coast foundation, but not UNIT, funded work we're doing at 3IE, where we want an extensive consultation process on the research questions, which comes to these research questions. Okay. Doesn't work like that.
They are definitely guiding your research, right? Okay, so thank you so much. There are 3 key takeaways that I would like to draw from this only male, quite short but very interesting conversation. One of them is that we emphasize the importance of understanding and addressing the unique impacts of climate change on different social identities and what role data and evidence can play there. The second thing is the need for equitable and inclusive climate solutions that consider those intersections, but most importantly, that are locally developed. And finally, something that appeared between the lines is the role of collaboration and mobilization of different types of stakeholders in driving effective climate action in Sub-Saharan Africa. On that note, I just wanted you to give a round of applause to our very wonderful speakers. Thank you to everyone and to the audience for your wonderful question.
Thank you. Thank you all. I hope you picked something. It's all about what product will you live here with. For me, I've left with establishing low cost, low risk, and sustainable solution to climate change. And maybe something else that is a conversation for the future. What about disability inclusive climate adaptation? How often do we think about persons with disabilities, besides those who are vulnerable in society? If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. So our next presenter is going to talk to us about measuring what we mean. That is new approaches to resilient measurement and evaluation. So our next presenter is a professor of agricultural and resource economics at the University of California, Davis, and he directs the Basis Assets and Market Access Information Lab and 14 Index Insurance Innovation Initiative. His research examines poverty dynamics and productive social safety nets, the impact of violence on aspirations and hope, small farm uptake of improved technologies, and features a suite of projects that design, pilot, and evaluate index insurance contracts as mechanisms to evaluate chronic poverty. He is a fellow at the NBR, BRED, and the American Agricultural Economics Association, and has served on advisory boards for numerous academic journals and international development NGOs. He's also one of the people I've been reading his work a lot, and I'm happy to meet him in person. Please put your hands together for Professor Michael Carter. I don't think those claps are enough for Prof. Michael Carter. Thank you. He will take us 20 minutes, and Prof. Robert Osei, who is the discussant, will.
So while we move the chairs so you can see the beautiful slides, let me take this opportunity to thank David and all the other many people who put this event together. David, you were recalling the many years that we've been doing this. There was a picture of me, and that was taken about the time we started this work. It also coincided with when I need my driver's license renewed. I just had it renewed. I got my new license, and I said, I didn't put down I had a new hair color. How come my hair doesn't say brown like it has for 40 years? It now says gray. And the driver's license person held up a map and said, sir, have you looked at a mirror lately? So I will use this as my measure of the impact of working with David. For his part, I'm sure he would say he had long flowing hair, and I made his hair fall out. But so it goes. Okay, let me jump right in. This is not normally a topic I would think is appropriate. Measurement stuff is often kind of boring, but I think in this instance it's rather important. So let me just give you 4 quick takeaway messages, and then I'll go into the detail as much as time permits. By the way, is someone watching my time for me? You're watching, and how long do you want me to talk? 20 minutes. Okay, good. So 4 points that I hope we can take away from this. Point number 1, we're all talking about resilience, but what do we mean by that? How do we measure it? It's sort of like we're 25, 30 years ago, if you're all talking about poverty and we didn't know how to measure it, well, what are we talking about? So the first point I want to make is it's fairly straightforward to consider a definition of resilience that can be measured, economic resilience. Now, just like the measurement of poverty, I used to watch the old-time fights between Martin Ravalian at the World Bank and people from the UNDP, each of them arguing the other was an immoral, bad person for measuring poverty as they were doing it. I'm not saying this is the only way to do it. I'm just saying it is a way to do it, and I think can provide some clarity. Number 2, the way I'm going to propose measuring it is actually very useful for policy evaluation because it allows us to address the question, is an intervention that promotes resilience actually good policy in a benefit cost sense? And that's an extremely important question, I think, when budgets are scarce. The third point I want to make is I'm going to give you an example from one of my own recent RCT research projects where we'll show you that kind of benefit cost analysis reveals that investing in resilience has a 12-to-1 benefit cost ratio, that every dollar put into improving people's resilience returns $12, which is a remarkably high benefit cost ratio, right? Certainly well worth it. We don't want to generalize that. The fourth and final point I want to make is in that particular study, about half of that benefit cost ratio comes from behavioral change that happens after people realize they are resilient. And I think this is really, really important. So let me give, that sounds sort of obscure, so let me give an example. Consider two policies, one of which the insurance contract and says, when bad things happen to these people, we will get money from an insurance company and we'll indemnify the people. But the people themselves don't know that they're going to get this benefit. It's a mystery. And there's some programs that work like that in the social protection space. The other kind of policy is one where the individual gets the policy, trusts the policy, believes in it, and knows ahead of time that if something bad happens, then they will be indemnified. That's where the behavioral change happens. I call that the resilience dividend. And in this particular example of the 12-to-1 benefit cost ratio, just under half of that benefit is coming from the behavioral change from farmers who realized they were resilient and therefore changed their ex-ante investment behavior in a more, let's call it a more aggressive or a more entrepreneurial stance. So let me then jump in and do the best I can with this paper. This is work, by the way, with a colleague of mine, Mo Alouche, who had some family issues come up. He was going to join us, actually including for work around a workshop on how to implement these measures. So as we all know, we're all in this room, there's a lot of interest in promoting resilience. And the fundamental question I put here in italics here is the sort of the policy question: is it more cost effective to spend $1 promoting resilience ex ante, or is it simply better to react to shocks ex post? Okay, and that's not a silly question. Quite some years ago, I'm one of the people that started something called index-based livestock insurance in Kenya. We paid a visit to the High Commission of the UK in Nairobi, that at that time was co-funding the government of Kenya to form something called the Hunger Safety Net Program. And I, as a young person with brown hair, I very boldly claimed to the High Commissioner that if she spent 10% of what she was going to spend on social transfers, if she spent 10% of that amount on making people insured ex ante, she could have the same impact and save herself a lot of money. Now, we kind of went through the logic, but frankly, I was making that up. Or I had some logic. I later wrote a theoretical paper that said it could be true. Okay, and here's why, and here's how it could happen. Here's how insurance could sort of more than pay for itself, as opposed to a social protection system that lets people fall into poverty, and then so we better do something about it before all these people suffer too much. So that's where that's sort of how I sort of got interested in doing this. So there's been progress theoretically. I think the work people like me have done, oh dear. Well, maybe it's good. The notation did not print out correctly on whosever computer this is, so I didn't really want to refer to it too much anyway. So while we've made some progress thinking about resilience theoretically, I think we've been pretty cloudy on what we mean by resilience empirically. So there is a large literature out there on resilience. It's mostly dedicated to measuring resilience capacities. That is, we hypothesize, we think these are the 10 characteristics that make people resilient. We know that from something else, somewhere else. So let's measure those 10 things, as opposed to measuring resilience itself. Excuse me. So I'm going to start off with what I say here, a plain vanilla definition of what do we mean by economic resilience. So the simple definition of resilience, it's the ability to manage, experience a climate shock or other adversity with minimal compromise of current and future well-being. Okay? That's a pretty sensible, I think, it's not meant to be deep, but I think that's what most of us mean by resilience. So what's sort of messed up in here, I should have plugged in my own computer, I guess. What's sort of messed up here is, sorry? Yeah. No, it's not. Anyway, it'll be all right. Is if we want to measure the compromise for people who've been hit by a shock, if we want to measure their compromise of current and future well-being, that means we need a counterfactual measure or estimate of what their well-being would have been now and in the future without the shock. Okay? So the measure of resilience, which is supposed to be there in the middle of the slide, let's just call it L, okay? That's just the sum of difference of economic well-being. Let's call it income. It could be consumption, okay, over some time period from a shock moving forward T years. If we can measure that gap, then we have the foundation for a loss-based measure of economic resilience. Let me just show you what it looks like in practice. This actually comes from, these are econometric estimates, but coming from fake data. I'll show you econometric estimates from real data in a moment. So on the horizontal axis is our time periods. The blue line is our counterfactual group. It's a group that's otherwise identical to the red line group, which has been shocked. Okay? So L here is just this gap. Okay? And that's going to be our measure of resilience. We can measure that. Thomas de Hooper earlier mentioned some of the older literature where people look at the impact of shocks on things. So this is very closely aligned to that kind of literature. So if we can measure that space L, we are a long way towards measuring what we might mean by resilience. So I hope that's kind of pictorially clear. And then the more interesting use of this is suppose we have another group that, let's imagine a randomized control trial, and I'll be showing you that in a moment. Let's look over on the right-hand graph. The green line group, that's the estimate of the measure of economic well-being, income in this case, for a group that had a resilience-promoting technology. So the green people, say, lived in the same communities as the red line people. They suffered the same shock, okay? But in this case, we're simulating a catastrophic insurance policy, so they'd recover much more quickly. And sorry, I'm gonna have to get a drink. The wonders of jet lag, what it does to your throat. Excuse me. So the resilience gain is this, notice the decrease in the amount of loss is this measure G, right? So we're just comparing how much these people lost in the current moment and in the future compared to the same control group, okay, on the idea that the control group is a valid counterfactual. So if we want to know, is it good policy to spend money to buy G, that reduction in the income loss that households face, then we simply need to take the present value of this gain, compare it to the present value of the cost of getting there, and then we get a benefit-cost ratio. So in the example I'm going to give you empirically in just a moment, that benefit-cost ratio, the gain is so large that it gives you $12 of gain relative to every dollar spent on implementing the policy. So that's the main point. Now, let me just, as actually was spoken earlier, there's a long literature in economics about people looking at what shocks do to populations, how long do they persist, what kind of impacts do they have, et cetera, et cetera. So in the paper that Mo Alouche and I wrote, we sort of ground ourselves in that literature and say, okay, what we want to do is follow that literature and look at the impact of a shock on people who experienced it, and then had a counterfactual group of otherwise comparable people that allows us to measure the short and medium and longer term impacts of the shock. We're doing some work now on the side using LSMS ISA data to actually do some of this same kind of analysis. And as Thomas was saying earlier, remote sensing data is often very important for this. So the work I'm going to show you empirically from Tanzania and Mozambique actually uses remote sensing measures of losses that people have experienced. So another way to sort of think about the setup that we're doing is this kind of experimental design. So what I'm going to be showing you is we have a resilience intervention, gives us a not treated group and a treated group. Okay, this was a controlled experiment. And then we have Mother Nature generating an experiment. She provided shocks to some of these households and not shocks to these other households. Sorry. And it's through the comparison of these different subpopulations then that we can derive estimates of their level of well-being with and without shocks and with and without the treatment. So it's fairly straightforward stuff. Those of you who are researchers, I'm actually making a presentation in just over a week. Hopefully I'll have my voice back in Delhi at the International Conference of Agricultural Economists. Sort of how do you do responsible experimental design when you control one dimension of the treatment, but Mother Nature controls the rest? So if you're interested in that, we've done this now a couple of times, is to maximize your probability, you want to spatially design your experiment so that your clusters or whatever you have tend not to be correlated with each other. So I'm going to show you a two-country study from Mozambique, Tanzania. We picked 3 areas in each of those countries, and we spent a lot of time with satellite data picking out sub-regions that tend not to be correlated so that within a relatively short period of time of our study, we maximize the probability that some areas would receive the shock from Mother Nature's and other would not. Because if your study areas are all in the same close area, they're all going to be shocked or none of them are going to be shocked, and you won't be able to fill out that experimental design completely. So nothing magical there, but it's just a different way of thinking about how do you design research, okay, when you're actually interested in detecting the effect of random events and the interaction between a random event and a resilience-promoting technology. I won't go over the regression approach in part because it didn't display correctly. I did this a long time ago. I was giving a seminar presentation with one of my culture heroes, Joseph Stiglitz, who's a Nobel Prize winner in economics. I was in Brazil, and all the sigmas had been turned into telephones. So I got these really weird wingdings, I guess they're called, where all sorts of Greek letters and symbols had been turned into all sorts of very strange things. But my favorite was a old-fashioned telephone handset appeared in the equation wherever there was supposed to be a sigma or something. So this is sort of like that. Anyway, we'll be talking about this with a special breakout session Friday afternoon after this conference if anyone's interested in the details and providing some data sets if people are interested in how to measure resilience. Let me make one final sort of general point, and then I'll just spend a couple of minutes on the Tanzania-Mozambique work, which I think is the most important. So here's our basic approach to resilience. We have a control group with the blue line. We've estimated that with data. We have the red line, the group that suffered the shock. We can calculate the size of these areas, L and R, just by adding them up over time. What we suggest doing is creating a resilience measure, which is just 1 minus L over L plus R. So it's just looking, all that measure is doing is it's taking the whole area of this sort of semi-rectangle, and it's just looking at what fraction of that is the loss versus the recovery. And that creates a very nice measure such that if there's no recovery whatsoever, the measure is 0. And if there was instantaneous and complete measure, the resilience measure is 1. So that normalization just gives us a very interpretable measure of resilience, which goes between, except in the poverty trap case, which I won't go into here, it gives us a very nice measure that runs between 0 and 1. In the poverty trap case, the measure can actually be negative, but that's a point for another discussion. So first point is we can take this kind of data. We're doing it now with LSMS data. If you want to characterize a population by their resilience, then can you do this? So for example, we're using the Malawi LSMS data. There was a sequence of shocks in 2015 and 16, which are spanned pretty well by the data that were actually there. So we'll be able to say, here's the level of resilience in this population as best we can gauge it, just like we might say the level of poverty in the population. Okay, again, we can do the same thing in this artificial case with simulated data from a dynamic programming model. We look at a catastrophic insurance policy. We show, for example, the group with no insurance but that's been shocked, their resilience is 43%, meaning they've only 43% recovered after 10 years. The people that had insurance, the resilience measure jumps to 70%. More interestingly, the benefit cost ratio in that sort of artificial case for a catastrophic insurance policy is 1.8 to 1, meaning $1.80 is earned by investing $1. So an 80% rate of return, if you want to put it that way, by investing in resilience programming. Okay, let me then just finally get into this. Let me look at an actual real-world experiment. So there's a paper just came out in the Economic Journal looking at an experiment we did in Tanzania, Mozambique, that was intended to look at what the impacts are of a bundle of drought-tolerant maize seeds that came from the DTMA project combined with an index insurance contract. These things were put together so that they complement each other. So drought-tolerant maize seeds are actually very good at protecting the maize plant from mid-season drought, but they don't do anything with early season drought or late season drought. So they have a very specific kind of protective policy. Mid-season droughts typically reduce farmer income by about 20, maybe 30%, okay? But if a more catastrophic set of events come along, the drought-tolerant maize seeds die and give nothing, just like any other maize seed variety. So what we did is we bundled them together. We had a control group, we had a treatment group, number 1, with just drought-tolerant maize, and then a treatment group 2 that had the drought-tolerant maize bundled with index insurance that was meant to complement the incompleteness of the risk protection provided by that. This is just a timeline. As I mentioned, we had a geographically diversified approach. We covered the crop years starting in 15, 16, then 16, 17, 17, 18. In the middle year of this period in particular, there were these mid-season drought shocks which happened, but there were also some very severe drought shocks that happened. This is something we pick up through remote sensing, which was part of the insurance contract that we used. And by having data from all 3 time periods, then we are able to estimate what the impacts of the shocks are, what the interaction between shocks and the protective treatments, and then we can put together those kind of objects. So we're able to estimate what's the time path of income for a control group household that never got shocked, a control group household that got shocked severely in one time period and then was not shocked before or after. And finally, we can do the same kind of calculations for the treatment group. So what do we see? So first, let's ignore the treatment. And this is by itself really disturbing. Okay, so this is looking at a severe yield shock. Okay, what we're looking at here in US PPP dollars are the family maize income, which is about 60% in this sample, about 60% of total income in these households. The blue line here is the control group. The shock here occurs in this time period. Households that suffered this shock lost about 50% of their maize income. Okay? Now that's kind of what we know, right? That's what shocks are when they're realized. What we didn't know or didn't realize would be that severe, when we came back a year later, it turns out these households had not recovered at all. Okay, if you want to look into this in a little more detail, the Economic Journal paper doesn't talk about resilience, but it does go into the resource allocation behavior. Basically, these households were completely decapitalized. Okay, so they suffered increased food insecurity at this time, and they also decapitalized their agriculture. They were investing less in their farms. They were cultivating less area, so that when we came back a year later, compared to the control group households, they've really not recovered at all. Okay, so that's the resilience for this household, even when we add on a third year, which is partially made up, their resilience is only 14%. So they've barely caught up. They've barely recovered from the shock at all, right? That as a diagnostic tool tells us that for these populations that are highly dependent on maize income, they are incredibly vulnerable. And when they get hit by a shock, we see the sorts of things we would anticipate seeing in terms of very costly coping strategies. I mean, obviously what people are doing is they've got to eat something now, but by eating something now, they are decapitalizing their future ability to invest in their own farms, okay? So then the happier part of the story is what happens when we experimentally introduce this bundle, okay? So we actually have two treatment groups. I'm just gonna focus on the bundled treatment group. So the green line here are econometric estimates of the expected maize income for households that treated. So the experiment was fairly well balanced at baseline. A shock comes along, okay? And we can see the green line people fall roughly only half as much as the red line people do. So that's an immediate adaptation impact of drought-tolerant maize. So the drought-tolerant maize was not intended or was not expected to fully protect these households, but we see that it does, okay? So the initial loss compared to the control group is just this much smaller area, right? So the gain area is now this huge. There's a huge difference now between the control group households and the others. So if for a moment we ignore this area called the resilience dividend, okay, then what we see is what the treatment allowed people to do is they didn't fall as far. They got a little bit of protection. They actually had a slight productivity advantage, so they were falling from a slightly higher level in the first place. But the interesting thing is they did not get decapitalized because the insurance component protected their working capital, so the next year they could get right back to business, okay? Now, the even more interesting thing is they didn't just get back to business. They didn't just go back to where they were, okay? They actually intensified production quite substantially. And so when we break this apart, households that had the technology, experienced it working, the year after the shock, they increased the area planted by about 50%, and they increased by about 50% the amount invested per unit area. Okay, so this is what we call the resilience dividend. The interesting thing is the treatment group that did not suffer a shock, by the end line of the study, looks exactly like the blue line. In other words, they said, okay, you talked me 1 year into buying, trying this fancy seed and this insurance, which I didn't really understand. I paid my money, I didn't see any benefit, and I'm walking away from it. The people that experienced the shock said, oh, this actually makes a pretty big difference to me in my life and my family. So we see this kind of intensification generating what we call the resilience dividend. So there's lots of messages in there about how farmers learn about technologies that only occasionally reveal their benefits. So that's another point for discussion. But it's the basis for the point number 4 that I said, is that a lot of the benefit, and you can just see it pictorially here, the benefit from the intervention is the size of this relative to the size of that, but it's also this huge resilience dividend space, right? And the fact that people responded that way reflects the fact that they now understood the technology, trusted the technology, and whereas they had initially dabbled in it and say, okay, you crazy people drove out here to the middle of nowhere to offer us, by the way, this is all unsubsidized, to offer this stuff at market price. We tried a little bit of it. Most farmers in the baseline, or the first year of treatment, most farmers bought like 1 or 2 bags of the magic maize seeds, right? And then after it, they said, oh, that's pretty good. So those that had seen it work and had seen the insurance work, you know, they doubled down. Whereas those that did not see it work said, It's just like the children's story, Jack and the Beanstalk. I went home and told my spouse that I had magic seeds, and I got a lot of grief for it. And now here we come, harvest time, and nobody sees any magic bean seeds or anything else. So I'm not going to be, one of our former presidents in the U.S., who may have a relative named after the highway right here, tried once to use an expression which is, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. He unfortunately was trying to say that, and he must have been jet lagged, and he got it all messed up. He ended up saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. Anyway, that's another story. Okay, so if we put all this together, then here's what we see. So the discounted losses for the control group households over the course of the study is about $1,600 per household. Okay, those that were given the bundle, okay, and the loss was only $304 over that same time period. So that's that's large reduction in the losses. If we create the resilience measure, it's actually 8% for the control group household. It's 82% for the treated households, ignoring the resilience dividend. If we add in the resilience dividend, and we take these are all discounted present values back to the time zero, the resilience dividend is worth another $1,050. So when we put this together with benefit cost ratios and taking into account sort of partial compliance, we end up with a benefit cost ratio, if we ignore the resilience dividend, of about 7-to-1, which is huge. And if you add that in, it's 12-to-1. So for this particular study, I would say from a policy perspective, investing in this technology, investing in the seeds, investing in the insurance mechanisms, offers huge benefits to farmers once they understand and trust it, which is a big if. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done about that. But those are almost incredibly high benefit cost kind of numbers to consider. So to close in, what I hope I've shared with you is that we can all talk about resilience, but it's actually something we can measure. Obviously, we need to have shocks. We need to have something that's a defensible control group of people that aren't shocked, and that's not always going to be obvious that it's true. Sometimes poorer people are more vulnerable to shock. So, there are ways we can deal with it econometrically, but we obviously, outside of our computers, we cannot ethically shock some people at random and not other people. If we want, I've had some vociferous discussions with my former student, Chris Barrett. Many of you will know him. He's been writing some stuff on resilience, and he says we should only look at resilience for poor people and only count people as resilience if they become non-poor. And I keep saying, Chris, don't confuse poverty dynamics with resilience. If a poor person gets back, if they fell to $1 a day and they get back to $1.50 a day, they're still below your $2 a day poverty line. But that's a huge benefit for them. Why do I not want to look at that? And personally, I don't really care whether Bill Gates is resilient or not, but in principle, we can look at Bill Gates' resilience. But just as in poverty measures, we focus on the population we're interested in, we can focus on the resilience of people that are initially poor or not. But whether or not someone is resilient, meaning they get back to where their counterfactual would have been, that's an interesting and I think very important question, and not to be conflated with whether or not they escape poverty. Again, I think we could, in principle, we have this literature on resilience that's out there. People sort of hypothesize what they think measures resilience. I mean, this is a way to actually measure it and then say, okay, what determines it? If you can create a well-identified approach to seeing what are the determinants of resilience, then go for it. We can certainly do that. So in the end, I hope this kind of fairly simple-minded approach is useful as a policy tool and useful for all of us. If we care about resilience, let's not just keep saying we want people to be resilient, but let's have a sort of non-controversial, implementable measure of what it means to be resilient. So thank you very much, and sorry for my voice giving out here.
Thank you. Give him a hand, please. Maybe Prof can take a seat as I invite Robert. Yeah, I can invite Robert while he's here. You have invited yourself. Robert is a professor right here at the Institute. I don't have to read all that. Okay. Thank you. He's also the Dean of Schools of Graduate School at the University of Ghana. Give your hand for Prof. Robert to say.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you'd all agree that it's a tough ask, given the way Michael presented the ideas on measuring resilience. And so, actually, last night, reading through the slides, I read through it about 3 or 4 times, and I told myself, I have no comments. So really, I have no comments. No, but just some reflections. I think it's a very interesting way to measure resilience, as Michael pointed out. Intuitively, it's very easy, right? And essentially, you are looking at a double difference to capture that measure of resilience. One of the things which I was reflecting on as I read through the slides is whether the ease of measuring resilience will vary based on the welfare measure that you are interested in. And not all welfare measures are easy to measure, but given that it's an area, probably not. But again, something that if Michael could reflect a bit on, that would be very useful, because part of the research we are doing under the All-In, looking at nutrition outcomes, again, as I read this, I just told myself it would be good to capture some element of resilience in the households, and with the intervention and what that actually leads us to. So that's one point. The other thing that I thought or got me thinking has to do with the time lag over which it's an area, right? And of course, in the long term, then it doesn't really matter, because if they are resilient, it could be moving back to the, if you like, the counterfactual line within 6 months. It could be moving back to the counterfactual in 2 years. And so that will then also give a sense about the area that you actually capture in terms of the resilience. So again, the question that I had in mind was whether the lag time does matter in terms of when the shock happens and when you are measuring the resilience, the period over which you are measuring resilience. Then there was a final thought that I wanted some reflections on, speaking on the resilience dividend. So in what you showed us, there was a shock at time 0, and those who had the resilience intervention came, the shock hit them adversely, so the welfare decreased not as much, but they overshot the counterfactual. And so what got me thinking is how that relates to parallel trends, given that without the shock, ex ante, we would have expected that the resilience intervention would have actually increased the maize yields, okay, from the counterfactual. And so is that something that we need to take into account when you are thinking about the resilience dividend? So those are just the three reflections that I had. Otherwise, I think this is a very interesting presentation, and one that is very important, because if we need to deal with the issue about poverty, and given the constraints we have with resources, we need to understand those that are most vulnerable. And how do we know those that are most vulnerable if we really cannot measure this element of vulnerability, which essentially the resilience will give us? Thank you very much.
So thank you, Robert, for those actually kind and very insightful comments. Let me just say a couple of words about each of them, because I think they're each very important observations that you have made. So number one, you were asking about, could we use this, would we want to use this for looking at measures of like food consumption? And you definitely could do that. In the paper, we actually do an exercise where we say, what do you see if you look at consumption, which is roughly speaking, food consumption for most people, versus income versus assets? Now, in a standard economic model, those things are all tied together by a budget constraint. And when households engage in coping strategies, and this is what we see in our real data, they make choices about one or the other. And one of the things we show in the paper is that if you just look at food security, for example, or consumption, you may get a different impression than you would get if you looked at income. So if there's a family that copes by if they're consumption smoothers, and they'll try to hold their consumption higher, but they may do so at the cost of future income. And so you could actually see, and if you put this in a multiple equilibrium model, let me not go down too far down that path, but you can actually see almost the wrong answer if you focus only on consumption rather than income over the longer term. Segueing to your second question, the time period matters a lot, and the frequency of observation matters a lot. So in what I just said, if you come back 10 years later, whichever one you look at, you'll get the right answer. But in the shorter term, you might actually get the wrong answer or different answers depending on whether you're looking at consumption or income, because those are endogenous responses to how people want to cope and where they think they're going in the future. So that's one point. Now, the periodicity is really, really important. If you only observe very far apart, you can draw a straight line between them and come up with something, but you may miss a lot of really important heterogeneity. So one of the things, and I throw this out here for some folks that might be interested, we're looking at the possibility of triggering high-frequency phone surveys within the LSMS-ISA data set context. So when a shock occurs, then can we follow that up with 3-month or 4-month or 6-month surveys just to pick up a very few things so that we can actually fill in some of those missing things, so we can actually see the difference. So like a standard LSMS is 2 years apart. But what happens over 2 years is a very long period. Do people bounce right back up? Or like in the people I showed in the Tanzania-Mozambique study, 2 years later, are they still, close to rock bottom? Those are very different kinds of experiences. So I think if we want to really unpack it more carefully, we need to think of more agile kinds of survey strategies. So I've been talking to some people at Mathematica who also got interested in this, is can we actually begin to do high frequency surveys to fill in, recognizing we can't always do that. And those of you who are LSMS buffs who sort of keep up with this, the World Bank and LSMS team has already been experimenting with high frequency surveys from time to time. I think they've learned some interesting things about how to do that and what you can pick up. But now the point is, let's use it for a purpose not just to say, oh, can we do a high-frequency phone survey? Let's see, now we have a reason to do a high-frequency survey. If we've got an LSMS sample and 25% of it just got zapped, let's actually try to track them more carefully. I think you had a third, General. Oh, and there's, yeah. So maybe what I should have done in that picture is if I put on the treatment group that was not shocked, okay? So what you would see is the group that was shocked and not, and I normalize everything around T0. I mean, there's some econometric tricks in there, but basically I think they're unobjectionable. If we put in that group, they actually rejoin the control group. So in other words, they were doing a little bit better at the time of the shock that their neighbors got, but they did not. But they didn't observe the technologies in action, so they disinvest in them. So that actually, there's another, this is where I think the behavioral part of how do people learn about technologies. If they're experientially learning and they don't get the experience, for how many years do we anticipate they would continue to dabble in a technology? And personally, I've done some work on temporary input subsidies. We had a paper with Dean Young and Rashid Laja, some of you may have seen a few years ago, showed very high rates of return to a temporary input subsidy for improved maize seeds and fertilizer. But you can learn that those things work 9 out of 10 years in the environment we were in. If you're talking about drought-tolerant maize seeds or you're talking about insurance, you're only going to learn about it once every 4, 5, or 6 years. And so a once-off subsidy may be totally uninformative. And that's what we see in our treatment group that did not experience shocks. They say, okay, I tried a little bit. I didn't see any benefit. You're not subsidizing me, so I'm walking away from this. So anyway, it's a really good observation. And you know, Robert, your own work on insurance here in Ghana is really important because you also detect this kind of resilience dividend behavior. So I think we're seeing evidence of it out there in the literature, and I think we need to incorporate, as we want to do a more complete benefit cost kind of evaluation of resilience building technology, we need to take into account and be prepared for resilience dividend behavior, but also for the non-learning behavior, which I think I have also learned about from your work in that area. So again, thank you, Robert, and thanks to everyone else.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Robert, for the wonderful insights. That brings us to the end of the plenary presentation. In the words of Michael, on a fairly simple way of measuring resilience. If this is simple, I wonder how then the complex looks like. So we've come up with a very ingenious way of managing time. And I hope you will work with us, okay? So we've decided that there shall be no tea break. In the interest of your health. Yes, as David sometimes says, conferences can be a fattening camp if you are not very, very careful. But that's for a good reason, because in the evening we will have a cocktail. So instead of messing up our cocktail, let's prepare, our appetite for the cocktail in the evening. In any case, it's 1.5 hours, between the tea break and the cocktail. I know we can be resilient, yes, in the 1.5 hours. So what that then means, we are going for our breakout panel sessions now, and we will be back at exactly 5, hard stop, 5 p.m. So there are 4 sessions. There is session 1 in seminar room 1. I don't know if you are able to access this program on your mobile. You are able to see where yes, thank you, ICT. You can choose where you feel, you are most suited. And we request that the moderators manage time well so that we just talk about the single dominant themes so that we don't take away much more time. So I think at this point, you are free to join any of these sessions. You can read for yourselves. There's one on climate change institutions and social transformation, extension, role of agricultural extension and training on productivity and climate change adaptation, evidence and gap maps of climate change adaptation and interventions, and poverty dynamics, and investigating dynamics between climate change and healthcare. So I wish you a very fruitful. All of them are here on the first floor on my right. So I wish you a fruitful engagement. See you at exactly 5. Moderators, you are on my side. Thank you and enjoy your evening.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Civil Status Quo, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether
Thank you. If you are sitting behind David, do you want to move forward, David? Yes. David, just a little. Yes. I think without any further killing of time, we also have an online audience who we must keep their appointment. In statistics, you have to deal with attrition. I think we are facing attrition this afternoon, but I think we can control for it. I want to invite Professor Simon Bauer, let me call him Bauer, Professor of Statistics and Survey Division here at the Institute of Statistical, Socio and Economic Research at the University of Ghana, to present our presenter. Prof. Bauer, please welcome. Give him a hand, please.
Thank you, Farah Obebu. I'm not surprised that you ended the name at Bauer. That is the norm. I think the Chileno is always very difficult for people to add. Yeah, but it's all right. I think we'll take it like that. Ladies and gentlemen, are we here? Are we here? Can see Dr. Amiel is trying to direct things behind. That's good. Great, great, great. Good afternoon, good evening, our online participants, especially if we have people in Kenya, and probably good morning if we have others, in another sort of time zone. This evening or this late afternoon, I think something is inevitable. And that inevitability is what I would say the intersectionality. Since morning, there has been intersectionality across various spaces. Intersectionality in the hall, intersectionality across the line space, intersectionality, of course, in our various breakout rooms. And we are crowning off the day with yet again a topic that is dealing with intersectionality. And so it tells us that without intersectionality, probably we finding appropriate solutions for the climate change phenomenon is not likely to happen. Two things are going to happen here, which is that myself and the presenter are standing between you and the intersectionality at the cocktail. That is one. But two, I want to acknowledge that it's been a long day, a very useful one, and we know you might be tired. Of course, when I see you actually nodding or trying to close your eyes, I will take it that you are just taking a deep thought rather than sleeping, all right, so that we can crown the day off in a wonderful way. This evening, we are going to be listening to a talk by the presenter who I'll be introducing shortly, and it's on systemic inequalities that make some communities more vulnerable to climate-related events, and components that can be used to operationalize intersectional thought in climate adaptation. You now understand why I said the inevitability of intersectionality is actually playing a role here. Intersectionality has been looked at by various authors, and we can actually give attribution to Kimberly Crenshaw, who actually gave us an understanding of it, that it is something or a phenomenon, a way of us looking at the multiple forms of inequality or disadvantages of sometimes compound sort of compounded issues that actually lead to, ways and means of thinking about solution. This topic that we'll be looking at will be telling us more about how intersectionality is helping or is not helping to understand what is happening in various communities as we try to look at the way of dealing with climate change adaptation. I have the pleasure of introducing our presenter, and once that presenter is introduced, you realize that we are actually dealing with a proper intersectionality. In the plenary, we were told that all those who were actually up here, there was something wrong. There wasn't a gender balance. Thankfully, we are ending this topic on intersectionality, or we are ending the day on intersectionality with a female who will be doing the presentation, and I will be providing a few thoughts and opening it up for you. So we have our presenter being Dr. Portia Adade-Williams, who is a research scientist with the Science and Technology Policy Research Institute of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Accra here. She is a climate scientist and has been part of some of the working sort of report on climate change, especially the CIF assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. She was one of the authors that worked on the working group 2. She's interested, obviously, in livelihood issues, policy, and tonight, or this evening, especially for those outside Accra, and this afternoon for those of us here, we will have Dr. Portia Adade actually dealing with the topic that I've just made mention of, which is very long, like my name, all right, systemic inequalities that make some communities more vulnerable to climate-related events and the rest. Please, let's welcome our presenter.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bauer. Allow me to also end your name at Bauer, please. And good day to everyone. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon. You look at the program and you think, yes, it's really not a good time to be discussing such a complex topic. But as you may have noticed, the title that was read is quite different from what I've put up here, because I do recognize the time of the day, and I need to break things down a bit for all of us to understand. So yes, I'm very pleased to be here, like I said, and thank you so much to the organizers for having me. I'm going to talk about addressing vulnerabilities and operationalizing inclusive strategies. It's not so different from the topic that was given. Yes. So if you realize, we were given systemic inequities that make some communities more vulnerable to climate-related events and components that can be used to operationalize intersectional thoughts in climate adaptation. That's really a very long one, and I didn't want you all leaving me here this afternoon and running away. And so, like I earlier said, I'm going to talk about addressing vulnerabilities and operationalizing inclusive strategies. I'm going to do that looking at 3 main objectives at the end of this session. I'm looking at the points that will be able to understand systemic inequities, but then I can assure you not so much into theory, but we're also going to think through or explore some intersectionality thoughts when we talk about climate adaptation. And then what can be some actionable components for us to take back as we are discussing here as a conference. I think one of the key things that is critical is that from such a platform, we're able to take some actions home, because all of us here are different stakeholders that are seated here. And so in terms of outline, I'll give a brief intro, and then I would like to give a very brief overview of climate adaptation, where we are when we talk about climate adaptation, and then give a brief understanding of systemic inequities, and then we go into intersectional thoughts, all not into theory. It's really going to be very practical, and then we'll see how we can operationalize this thought. And thankfully, the second session for today has actually done justice with a lot of discussions already on intersectionality. So I'm not really going to go much deeper into it. I'm starting off with an intro into climate change and adaptation. When someone saw this picture, the person asked, is the person dead? What is happening at all with this person? But then that is water scarcity somewhere in Africa when we talk about climate change impacts. And it actually brings me to the beginning of my talk, where I would say that we know a lot about climate impact and climate change, and then it's always very critical for us globally that we talk about how we can reduce climate impact. But for Africa, I always say that our moral priority, as much as mitigation is very critical, our moral priority always lies with adapting, because as we all know here, when we talk about the amount of emissions we give out, it cannot be compared to the other parts of the world. And so we need to deal very much with the impacts we are feeling. So I want to start off giving evidence for action on climate risk, why we need to talk a lot about climate risk. And I'm doing that presenting from the last IPCC report, the 6th assessment report that was worked on for Africa, which I was a contributing author to. And so these are the burning ambers coming from the IPCC 6th assessment report, sounding it quite clear to us the need for action when we talk about climate risk. The report highlighted that currently we are at 1.1 global warming level, and it cannot be overemphasized here, and even as we know before coming here, that the world is fighting that we stay between 1.5 degrees. But then, if we don't do anything at it, at 1.5 degrees, we are going to encounter a lot of losses. We are going to encounter a lot of inequalities. But then more critical is that when we sit down and look at 2 degrees, where I would say that it would be very catastrophic. And so it is just to again, give us that evidence for action when we talk about climate risk and probably climate adaptation. Permit me to also share with you some findings where a group of climate adaptation researchers globally, we term ourselves Global Adaptation Mapping Initiative. We were a little over 100 climate adaptation researchers, sat down to do a systematic analysis of climate adaptation strategies globally. And we did that over, I think, about a 6-year period from 2015. And we came up to look at, when we talk about climate adaptation efforts, this is just typically what is reported in literature. We realize that in terms of sectorally, we see the food sector globally leading in terms of actions when we talk about climate adaptation. I'm happy to share that even when we look at it continentally, for the Africa continent, I can say that food again leads, followed by poverty and then health. This is somehow warming me into the point of intersectionality I'll be going to. So zooming more into Africa, which I again led a number of scholars on the continent to look at the adaptation actions on the ground for Africa. As you can see, when we talk about West Africa, Eastern Africa, and a bit of South Africa, we see that we have a number of adaptation efforts in there. And again, this is what is recorded in literature. We see that for sectorally, again, food is leading. But you can see that West, East, and Southern Africa is actually leading with climate adaptation. And then we have North and Central Africa, but there are still gaps there that we could increase adaptation efforts. Who are the actors leading in climate adaptation efforts? It's all of us sitting here. I'm sure we would find ourselves in the actors list one way or the other. But then it is just to say that the study came up that individuals are the ones that are actually leading the efforts very much. And it doesn't go far from Africa when you look at it continentally, that individual efforts actually leads, but we have governments also playing quite some role there at the local and the national level. And then we have CSOs, NGOs also doing quite well in this fight. What are the hazards driving adaptation? It's generally climate impacts that are driving adaptation. We have droughts also, and then we have flooding. The trend generally, when we look at it at the global level compared to at the continental level and picking strongly on Africa, is not so different. We again looked at the strategies that we found in the literature to look at how feasible these strategies are. And we looked at it across a number of dimensions: social, economic, environmental, and then institutional. And then we tried to see whether an option could be feasibly and easily implemented. The feasibility was based on whether there were barriers to its implementation or not. And then I can say that we had a number. Yeah, unfortunately, the chair is there, but then the key point here on this slide is to say that social dimensions, as well as environmental and economic, came up quite strongly as challenging to the feasibility of having an adaptation option implemented. Why am I showing all this? Putting everything together, we came up to propose some knowledge gaps that has to do with climate adaptation. So asking that, is the current adaptation approach adequate? We came up with a number of gaps and then recommendations. But of interest to our talk this afternoon is where context came in very key when we are talking about adaptation. And so with context being very key, when you look down the tree, you realize that the point of assessing climate change when it comes to multidimensional inequalities was very much missing in literature. And it's one of the highlights from the study that we conducted, as well as including missing places, and then scholars also, and then other scholarship, which we don't take intersectionality out. So this driving message is what brings us to our point of understanding systemic inequities. And then, again, I said we have talked a lot about intersectionalities here. And so in terms of fairness or inequities, I would just say that they are more or less like entrenched or institutional disparities that happens mainly due to maybe a historical issue, or maybe a socioeconomic factor, or maybe it could also be related to other factors that has to do with race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, gender, amongst others. Let me bring it down a bit to talk about some examples. So I take South Africa as an example, and then we know that when we talk about wealth and living condition coming from the apartheid or the historical parts, South Africa comes in a lot, showing a lot of systemic inequities. When we take Nigeria, for example, we have the oil-rich part of Nigeria, and then we also have the less developed part of the northern part of Nigeria. It shows some level of inequities. Let's take Ghana, for example, the rural and the urban drive, where we have the rural people having limited access to infrastructure. That is a good example. We take DR Congo, and then we can talk about gender-based violence, and then we talk about conflict zones vis-a-vis areas where women and children are disproportionately affected. And let's talk about even the COVID-19 pandemic that actually exposed a lot of inequities for us within the African region. And these inequities stem from socioeconomic values. We also have gender inequities. We have infrastructure coming in quite strongly. And then we have sometimes ethnic and tribal disparities, and then historical legacies also contributing to some of these examples that I touched on. And so let me also bring in the term intersectionality. For that particular term, I'm sure you all understand and agree with me that we have talked a lot from the panel session earlier. But again, it also comes from the fact that, as was said earlier, it came from a legal advocate within the 1980s who felt that when we talk about issues with women of color, it's not very well addressed. And so she was pushing for the point of having intersectionality. But then we know that over time, this has actually evolved. And it has evolved to the point that now when we talk about intersectionality, we are talking about the inequalities that happens with class, with sexual orientation. Now we have lesbians, we have gays coming up strongly to get a stand, and then their needs that need to be seriously taken into consideration. We have disability, we have age, and so we have the youth, the elderly, all coming up when we talk about intersectionality. What is key for understanding, again, is the fact that it is very critical that we don't interchange the certain concepts when we talk about intersectionality. And gender is one thing. As much as a lot of studies are looking at gender, as I said earlier, the concept is evolving, and it is very key for us that we do not interchange them. And so when we are talking about gender vis-a-vis sex, which sometimes even as researchers in our data collection approach, we tend to kind of consider it differently, as the same, sorry. It's supposed to come differently. And so it's very critical that, for instance, sex and gender, I'm not going to go through that concept to talk about, but then the key point here is that it is very critical not to interchange these things when they are being used. I would share here a vulnerability assessment that was done at the local level that was very critical about gender and try to find some gender dynamics and roles and responsibilities. And we can see here that in terms of, this study was done in the eastern part of Ghana, and we realized that when we talk about livelihood strategies for that particular community or district, we realized that the type of work that men did was quite different from the type of work that women do. Also, in terms of trying to find the women and men in local institutions, we realized that about 2/3 of women that were spoken to were not really interested in any social group or organization. When we looked at the financial access and credit options that are available, we realized that most of the women respondents were depending on SUSU. SUSU is when maybe an individual comes to you directly in an informal setting to come and take money from you, either daily to save for you. But we realized that the men in that area particularly were interested in owning bank accounts. So when this happened, it all points to the fact that when it comes to assessing credit, we see that men would have greater magnitude for credit options compared to women. All in the vein to say that there are differences when we come to men, when it comes to women. In the same vein, the various social groups are very critical that we consider them differently. In terms of assessing resources, we also realize that the men generally farmed on larger farms. And this is no new story, and it is also very critical to consider this. Let's look at a vulnerable community and also push the agenda more on intersectionality. This is a community in Kenya called Tekana, if I'm not getting the name correct. But it is just to say that this community has issues with recurring droughts, and droughts are really reducing pasture and water availability for the inhabitants, yet they rely on livestock. And also with livestock, they do experience a lot of death and then droughts affecting the food security of this area. It is to show the vulnerability of this area compared to maybe a modern city in Kenya where the opposite is what is likely to be seen. I would like to share here again a critical vulnerable community in Niger Delta in Nigeria where they do suffer from environmental degradation. And then when this happens, their water sources are contaminated, it increases health issues, and then their traditional livelihoods are also lost. These all points to the fact that such a community compared to a worthy or an urban area in Nigeria would have different needs altogether. Lastly, let me show Cape Town's informal settlement. This is an informal settlement, very typical in Cape Town. When you get down from the airport in Cape Town, as you drive through the city, you see these informal settlements very much there. But these settlements, when we compare to the city side of Cape Town, they do suffer a lot from frequent flooding, and then there is always water contamination and spread of diseases. And also, there are issues of poverty cycle coming in and out, very, 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 very typical of the informal settlement you find in Cape Town. And so in our thoughts towards climate adaptation, what should come in when we talk about these differences, these disparities that actually exist? It is critical. I think we cannot overemphasize that it's very, very important to look at it if we want to have targeted efforts, because the human race is not very static, as I've shown earlier. And so it's very important that we address intersectionality in a very critical and serious way, such that we can have targeted inclusive policy development, and we can also enhance our community resilience, as well as making sure that there is high relevant inclusion of this when we talk about international agreements and genders. Because, for example, for the SDGs, each country is expected to make a commitment and a contribution to it. So handling intersectionality to a certain level in the work and efforts we do generally as climate practitioners, researchers, policymakers is very critical. I would not go through this, I would rush to, but the key point is that, the key point here is that when we talk about the vulnerabilities, a recent study actually came up with a number of factors that actually drives vulnerability. And this is to do with health, to do with social and economic factors, infrastructure, and then environment. I think it aligns with some of the issues that was talked earlier when we talked about Cape Town, when we talked about Nigeria, and then when we talked about Kenya. And it's in similar vein when we talk about Ghana. I also touched on the wealthier parts against the rural area. In Mozambique, also, they experiencing health-related issues, pushing vulnerability very well. And then in slum areas, even in Accra here, we see a lot of that happening. So we need to put intersectionality thoughts in our mind when we talk about climate adaptation. And so that is me trying to test a manual irrigation pump that some manufacturers were trying to convince me that they are really presenting this so that they were going to convince smallholder farmers to use this manual pump because it's actually going to save the environment. And then because you don't need electricity to run it. I looked at it and it looked too masculine for me. So I asked them, are you sure women can really use this? Then they said yes. And I said, okay, I would like to try my hand on that and see. And so I jumped onto it. And the kind of effort it took me for it to start, I asked myself, did you think about the disabled? And did you think about the aged when you were really developing this? A lot of questions came into my mind. And in a more practical sense, this is what we actually face when we talk about intersectionality. And so the point of putting intersectionality thoughts in our actions is very, very crucial if we want to enhance climate resilience and social inclusion. And so I'm presenting this gender disability integration continuum. And so even as we come up with projects, the question we should ask ourselves is that along this continuum, where would we find the projects we are doing? If you're a researcher, where would you put the research you are doing along this continuum? If you're a policymaker, the projects and the policies you are implementing, where along this continuum do you see it? Is it gender or disability blind? Is it exploitative? Is it accommodative? It is sensitive, or it's responsive, or probably transformative? The key point is that we should drive towards the far end of this continuum. So in another more practical sense, I present to you this case study, a case study on an agribusiness that's project that came into a community. This is a real issue that happened that wanted to implement a farmer enrollment program in a community. So the project focused initially on providing loans to all farmers to finance land reclamation. So working with the local government units, they practically looked for people, key stakeholders to work with. The project advertised the launch of this reclamation phase. How did they do that? They did that with posters, and then they did announcements after Friday worship in the mosque. So to qualify also to take part of this loan, you should have a title showing land ownership as a farmer. And then you should have met general conditions for obtaining bank loan. You remember I talked about the situation in eastern part of Ghana, where in that community, women are only into susu. And so having a condition that says that you should have general conditions for obtaining bank loan, and you should enroll in a 2-week training workshop in a local council that will start from 5 to 7 p.m. If you want to enroll such a program, you are definitely cutting some people off. You agree with me? Yeah. So when they did that, they actually, so after the deadline had passed for application, the project director noted that only 5% of the applicants were women. So what did they do? They wanted to increase women participation in the project. So the project director now issued an extension for women to apply. And they also waived the first 2 conditions, land title and general conditions for female applicants. If a male applicant should show land title and land ownership in his name, he could co-sign a loan for the woman. They finally held a meeting with the local women's organization, this time not only at the mosque, to announce the projects and the new conditions to encourage women to come on board. But then the project director was surprised that after all this effort, only 10% of the final applicants still were women. So they did a midterm review and noted that women felt the project was too much of a man's project, and they didn't want to take a loan that they required a male co-signer to do that because it gave the man too much control over the enterprise. And oftentimes, this is very practical in what we do. So, yeah, these are barriers, and I would just talk about institutional resistance to change and data and methodological limitations that actually limits us when we talk about intersectional approaches. So how can we operationalize this in our thoughts and in our actions? I picked from 2 points, from policy development points, that there is the need to consider frameworks that explicitly addresses the needs of various social groups. I think this effort is ongoing already, but then clear objectives that will aim at specific needs and marginalized groups are also very key. And also ensuring that there is a monitoring and evaluation track for all these efforts. I also bring it down to community engagement to say that we also need to improve on inclusive strategies at the community level. But with these 2 points in our actions and operationalizing, I also come up a bit with the research and development aspect, where you see the point highlighted in blue is a key challenge in literature that has actually come up a lot. And it talks about how we can consider cross-variable analysis, looking at not just only one aspect, but looking at our intersectionality as a whole and complex issue. I think it's one strong thing that comes up a lot. So my last point as I'm ending this talk is a call for action for all of us here. How am I considering that this is specifically for policymakers? And then I see myself sitting on a lot of policies. And actually with all these policies, we are still calling for more policies. But it is very important that we update these policies as policymakers and make sure that the intersectionality aspect is quite explicit in the effort. That is more or less the key action I would leave for policymakers. For research and academia, this is the issue we often see. We come up with a lot of research that are targeted at the policymaker. And then we present the research in such a way that it's very, very difficult to engage. And so a policymaker will say, can you come back summarizing all that efforts you put in? And so as researchers, there are a number of actions that we need to take. But as much as I don't want to go through all these points, the key thing is that we should present our research in such a way that one is able to engage and take outcomes from it to work on. This is where I would also point with practitioners, development partners who go into communities to engage. You go into a community and you want to discuss about water, and oftentimes we see that the critical actors that need to be on board and on the table whilst we discuss are always left out. And so the key intricacies that we need to see when we talk about sessionalities are often left out. And so for that, there are some few action points I leave with practitioners, but more or less is to make sure that the whole process is inclusive and takes on board the needs of all critical actors. The last is the point for CSOs and NGOs. Here I added up media, and I say the key point here is that efforts are going on, and we do acknowledge your efforts, but then there is still more to be done. That's the level you find yourself on, that green level with all the efforts, but we still need to push. And from the study I earlier showed, I showed that when we talk about the CSOs and NGOs, they are really playing a lot of role in there when we talk about climate adaptation. And so it's to encourage the CSOs, NGOs, a lot of action points in there that we need to make sure that we put in more effort to advocate and to make sure that all voices come on board. And so, yes, the last image I want to leave you this evening is somewhere in Netherlands, here, where in a flood area where a lot of effort is being done. Over the far right is somewhere in Asia, Maldives. I was there last year for a meeting, and I saw how they were capitalizing on their efforts. And this is somewhere within the global south, and I think you can all appreciate the inequities that actually have to do with our efforts. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give her another round of applause. What can I say? I think there is so much intersectionality that I'm not sure where to start from, but probably to start from where we have that irrigation, the manual irrigation system. Maybe it's good for those of us who want to add farming to our, academic work as well. When you wake up, you can go on it, try to do a lot more and come back. So that will be part of our exercise. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I think our presenter has done a lot of justice to the topic. Probably just a few pointers, and then I will open the floor for us to probably interact with her once again. She gave us the background as to what she wanted us to understand, that the need for us to appreciate that inequities actually is everywhere as far as climate change is concerned. And she showed us very clearly that even within the African continent, sub-regions, actually we can see different levels of inequities. What also came out very well was the illustration, especially pointing out examples that we can appreciate from various case studies. These are case studies that, in my view, actually give us food for thought. In the case of South Africa, we can see it. In the case of Nigeria, come to talk about Kenya. These have actually underscored the fact that in each country, we can see inequities when it comes to climate change effect. And for us to address such, it therefore requires a lot of intersectionality. We need a number of stakeholders that will have to come together to really think through, but more so those who are affected. It's not right for us to have a climate change event or a climate change phenomenon going on in a certain rural community. We get there as researchers and we are only engaging the men. At that moment, we are actually showing a lopsidedness in how we want to uncover, the key issues that they are facing so as to address the issues in a composite manner. And for me, it comes to us as researchers. How do we balance the participation in terms of we trying to uncover the reality on the ground? Do we just go conveniently looking for those who will be there to answer our responses, or we try to do a stakeholder mapping to make sure that the aged, those who are disabled, the young ones, and of course, the leaders of the communities are all part of it. Oftentimes, it's more like when we get there and we, not in all cases, but cases whereby we engage only the leaders and we leave, we have not really actually sort of introduced intersectionality in our work. The women cannot be going to the riverside coming back while the men are sitting under the tree with us brainstorming. No, then it means that we have excluded a group within the whole process. Indeed, she has given us the way to go about it. Policymakers have their role to play. How inclusive are the policies that we are actually churning out to deal with climate change issues? How are we engaging the communities? CSOs, what are you doing? And last week, I was with CSOs trying to get them to even understand climate change issues before they themselves can actually go out there and deal with the issue. So it means that, in my view, one aspect is how do we build capacity of those who even go there and engage? Because without the needed capacity, we are not able to also, in a way, get them to understand what we should be dealing with. In the afternoon, when we had the panel session on intersectionality, and we heard that through the Afro Barometer, awareness seems to have been very low. I was asking myself a lot of questions. Is it the contextualization of climate change within the local scene, which they have a different way of giving a narrative, but we go in with a different narrative, all right? And so if there isn't that connection between their understanding and what we are going there with, probably breaking down the language down to the barest, understanding, we will not be able to intersect with them properly. But before I end, I have a question for you, and that is, where are maybe politicians? When I say politicians, where are politicians in this whole intersectionality, what do we call it, discourse? We have people who want to be leaders. What is the role that they have to also play to ensure that we get the right, type of policies that we want? Especially in their manifestos, are we digging deep to understand what they are putting there so as to really give meaning to the solutions we want to actually use to address climate change issues? You talked about norms, so I wanted to find out also cultural heritage. Where does that also come in when it comes to intersectionality? Could it be certain cultures are more amenable to certain innovations, whereas others are not? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end with my submission here, and probably first and foremost ask our presenter to reflect on my two questions, and then we'll also have at least, I think, 6 minutes per my clock, except the MCs give me 10 minutes. We will do that so that we can have more interaction. Exactly. Thank you, Director. that we need resilience in order to actually exhaust this topic. So I think we are accorded the 10 minutes to do our discussion. Right.
I wanted to quickly use the slide so that we don't even use 10 minutes for me to respond to his question on the political aspect. And I think there was one I rushed through on challenges, and it had to do with resistance to change. When we talk about intersectionalities, there are some identified challenges to intersectional approaches. And I had to rush through this, but then the second point on resistance to change actually looks at cultural norms and then political will, as well as people even seeing it, perceiving it as too complex. And people perceiving it even includes us all seated here, because like I said, it's not really about just identifying intersectionality, but then the point that now there is still interlinkages that we are not really considering, how one is affecting the other and then the other. And so in terms of cultural norms, it could be like probably you want to maybe, for instance, let me use this example, that you go up north and you want to go and implement a project that allows that you need mobile phone to do that. But some women are not able to actually take it. Take it because, not because they can't afford a mobile phone, but some resistance from the spouse actually would limit that. So when we talk about cultural norms, and if it is a norm for that community, then it becomes really a challenge in making sure that we are driving at equality, but then the cultural issues that pertains in certain areas becomes very challenging. How do we go around it? I think that's where the NGOs and CSOs come in quite strongly, and they really play a strong role here, because in such communities, they do recognize and appreciate their efforts very well. And so with continuous sensitization and education, we are able to go around it one way or the other. And as for the political aspect of it, oftentimes maybe there are different priorities that maybe a country would want to, or a government wants to approach or go. There are different priorities, not just intersectionality. And so the complexity of the whole issue doesn't even make one to push forward for that. But you can see that in the actions that I gave for policymakers, there are about 5. And in addition to updating the national document that I talked about the need to engage at the community level, the vulnerable groups in more participatory way when it comes to policy implementation. I also talked about the need for fund and support for community-led adaptation projects. There should be dedicated funding for community-led adaptation projects. That would really push, because if you are going community-led way, then you are going to appreciate the concept of intersectionality, and that would have to come on board. And also directing resources and funding to areas that are most affected, and not just considering all vulnerable areas as one, but then we're able to map out to know which area is more vulnerable than the other, so that with the limited resources, there can be some targeted efforts. And then last and most also importantly, is to create a monitoring and evaluation framework that's able to track whether these efforts we are putting in as intersectional adaptation strategies are happening or not. And so if we're able to go around some of these actions, then I think we are in for the right direction. Thank you.
So she'll take her seat, and probably, if I can see, wow, okay. I need 5 hands. Right. Wow, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I appoint someone here to take? All right, so I can see 2 hands there. But let's go to, first and foremost, yes, it will come to you. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is.
Thank you very much. My name is Dede Beduado from the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive presentation. I think you should have come earlier in the day. Most of us are so tired, and I think some people have even left. So let's hope next time they'll bring you a bit earlier in the program. Thank you. I think it went very well. The only thing I'm missing, which I think we often miss, is the young people. Now, you recognize from the morning and right through to the afternoon that the comment is, we are not getting the young people on board. It's a lot of technical knowledge. So they go, well, what are they saying? We don't get it. So we really need to look at how we can create messages that will bring them on board so that 10 years from now, we aren't singing the same song. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Posha. Really quick question. Most of the things, like on these recommendations that you have presented, I think it's things we already know. I grew up at the time just before the structural adjustment programs, and I think the development programs then kind of took into account a lot of these things. The question to you is, what has happened between the 90s and now? Where have these capacities gone to? How can we bring them back? Earlier today we heard we need to take stock of what we actually have before bringing new things. Thank you.
Francis Ofosikobia is my name. I'm a climate change advocate, a farmer and a builder. I'm a grassroots advocate for climate change, so I want to tell you something small before I ask my question. In Ghana, what I've observed from 2021 up to now, that climate change advocacy and education has been happening in our big hotels in Accra here. And when we do it, one, you don't see the women, the market women who are burning, those who are dealing in the scraps, the assembly people, the chiefs, the community people listening to them, and the children. I mentioned the children because I have a team. We don't have the money to organize conferences like this. So what I do is I go to the headmaster. I tell headmaster, I have some message for your children. We did that in the Eastern region. One boy went to the father. They use only bottled water in the house. This type. And the father is a graduate, but after drinking, they burn it. So this 2-year boy told the father one day that, no, some people came to our school. They said we shouldn't burn this bottles again. That small boy educated a graduate who has completed university. So my question is talking about the funding. The funds are there, but it's not getting to the CEOs and NGOs to do the work, which is environmental. Climate change is environmental. It's not a hotel issue and stuff like that. So how do we get the monies to the right people? Our parents, like event like this, the parents should be here so that when they go, they are with their children. Teachers, they are always with their children like 8 hours in the school. So when they are invited to events like this, they will get the message. When they are in the classroom, then they will be given to them. Why I use their children is that they will grow with their knowledge. But with us, we are growing, and the children do not know. So when they come to our time, they also need another presentations like this, and always we will be at the same place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Also, I saw another hand close to you, or you made your questions.
Well, I have the microphone. Thank you. I'm Peter Quarty, economist, ISA. I want to relate to your example about the women who were applying for credit and needed to co-sign, needed their husbands or not to co-sign. I don't want us to leave with the impression that when that happens, then the best way is to relax that constraint or relax that policy. Men and women complement each other a lot, and when they form a business and work together, they are very, very successful. I can relate to that. I run a business with my wife, and it's a very successful business. So I want us to rather use education, because the mindset is that there will be control, and therefore they are not willing to get onto the loan. But if there is enough education, both male, female, both man, woman, and they're able to work together, I tell you, that will rather be the solution. So I want the NGOs and the CSOs to take this into consideration, rather than supporting women alone to succeed, and leaving the men to also do their own thing. Together, we complement each other. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Anna Moite into Green Building. My question is, this is not a time that we should be able to implement law, because it seems like nothing is working. Why we are here talking about capacity building, other countries are moving forward because they implement the laws. They make sure the laws are working. So some of the funds, maybe I watch documentary a lot, they will tell you that, look, if you don't have this certificate, you cannot do this. If you don't have this, you cannot get this fund. But you see that there's nothing working, and yet you see World Bank will give money for a project. Meanwhile, I have the patient who is producing mosquitoes, and yes, World Bank is giving money, and this all these reports are coming out, and nothing being done. So I believe that the international community also should look at sanctions that will sanction a country like Ghana who don't want to implement laws.
Thank you very much. So, yes, yes. So,
thank you all so much for those questions and comments. Hearing them, I feel like maybe there should have been a bit more time to actually look in detail the recommendation I gave for each category of stakeholder. Some of the points we are coming up with are quite captured like succinctly in there, and it's very, very explicit on even the way to enroll some of these funding systems in such a way that the money gets to the right people, like we talked about. But just briefly, maybe in just a minute or two, the first one was more or less like a comment. And yes, thank you for that. I think it's very critical. We don't leave. As I said earlier, the concept is evolving. And we are having a lot of social groups, a lot of classification coming up, categorizations coming up here and then. And so as the concept is evolving, I think it's critical for us to engage strongly with that. So yeah, thank you very much. On capacities, yes, you are right to say that some of the things being mentioned are already on the ground. But it would also quite interest you to know that when you engage quite strongly with literature on intersectionality and some of the issues that are coming up, you see a lot of these gaps. I kept saying that it is initially it would maybe be a gender issue, and then a gender issue taking on its own, maybe men and women. Now, like she rightly put it, that we have the youth. It will be the same setting of issue, but then we have to consider the youth, we have to consider the elderly, we have to consider men, we have to consider women, and we have to consider the disabled. And these kind of interlink with each other. And in certain contexts, it is very difficult. So we need to further build capacities as this whole concept keeps evolving. And so, with the challenges, yeah, I keep saying we couldn't go through all the action points I put up there, but I was quite specific, even in terms of research approach. So it should not just be having a disaggregated data that talks about male or female. No, we are moving past that. It's becoming a bit more complex, and so it's very critical that we build capacities to be able to handle that. Yeah, I can also understand with Prof, from your point, we need to push the agenda, sensitize and educate a lot that women and men can do. But then it comes to the point he raised on cultural norms. Some of our settings are also in such a way that these are norms. And we can't just overlook that and say that as we know that the two shall be one, we should be pushing that. We do acknowledge that. That is why I said the way forward with the point he said on cultural norm is a lot of education and sensitization. So I agree very well with you. And it is not to push the agenda that we treat men and women separately. Some cultural setting will not allow you also to do it. Otherwise, whatever you are doing won't be effective. And so you need to look at the context within which you are implementing whatever it is, and then through education and sensitization, we can move forward with that, I believe. Yeah, implementation and capacity, I talked about that. Again, time will not allow me to go through those action points, but I can assure you that if we target it very well and we appreciate how the concept is evolving, we need to also be quite proactive in the way we tackled it. I think that ends the questions I have here. I hope I've not left anyone out, but thank you so much.
Right. I think I don't have much to add, only but just to say that indeed, per all the comments and the questions, it boils down to one thing: action. I think action is really required, involving the young ones, involving CSOs. We are also clear in our minds that per the various case studies, we have evidence that we should actually pick as different stakeholders, find ways and means of working with them through the intersectionality sort of discourse per our actions, so that per the theme of the conference, we can actually build resilience. And in building that resilience, I believe that we'll be doing that so as to make sure we give, vibrancy to adaptation measures, so that we can touch the lives of all who are impacted differently as far as climate change is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I will want to say, let's give a round of applause to our presenter for everything. And I can also say I want to hand over the mic to the MCs to take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bawa Chileno. And thank you to all of us. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you for staying. Indeed, Professor Michael Carter, your topic, measuring what we mean, is actually practical here. We can measure the resilience in this room. And we are indeed grateful to all of you for waiting up until this time. I'll not bore you with a summary because I can see certain faces are beginning to scowl. But just to say that we have the cocktail outside in the pagodas. We are fortunate to have the sub-chief hosting the cocktail for us outside in the pagoda. I'd like to remind you that tomorrow we are starting at, I think, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock we need to be arriving so that the event can start on time. I think our first session is at 8:30. So please, let's come here on time so that we can begin on time and close on time. So we will not intersectionally miss out on tea breaks. Okay, so thank you all very much. I'd like to invite my co-moderator so that we can equally thank ourselves for a good job well done. What do you think? So thank you all very much and have a wonderful rest of the evening at the cocktail.
Yeah, generally they don't thank the MCs. I want to thank Dr. Raf for a job well done. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Obebo. Wonderful. All right, so thank you all and see you at the cocktail.